Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, I'll be reading some stories for you to relax, sleep, study, or just have some background noise. If you enjoy, I would appreciate if you could subscribe and like the video. And now let's get started. Story 1. I inherited my grandmother's house last spring, and with it came a mystery I never expected to solve. The house sits on the edge of a small town in Maine. A 3-story Victorian with peeling paint and shutters that bang against the windows when the wind picks up. I'd visited maybe twice as a child, but my memories were foggy at best. When the lawyer handed me the keys, he mentioned something strange. Your grandmother left specific instructions. You're not to sell the house for at least 1 year. You must live in it during that time. I thought it was odd, but I was between jobs and apartments, so I packed my things and drove north. The house looked worse than I remembered. The garden had gone wild, roses climbing up the walls like they were trying to escape. Inside, dust covered everything, and the air smelled of old books and lavender. My grandmother had been a collector, and every room was stuffed with furniture, paintings, boxes of photographs, and strange trinkets from her travels. The first week was spent cleaning. I started with the kitchen, then moved to the living room. That's when I found the first tape recorder. It was sitting on a bookshelf, wedged between a ceramic owl and a stack of National Geographic magazines. The recorder was old, the kind with actual cassette tapes, and there was a label on it written in my grandmother's handwriting. For the next occupant, play me first. I found batteries in a drawer and loaded the tape. There was a click, some static, and then my grandmother's voice filled the room. Hello, dear. If you're listening to this, I'm gone, and you're probably confused. Don't be alarmed by what you find in this house. Everything here has a purpose. This house remembers things. Important things. Things that people have forgotten. Your job, if you choose to accept it, is to help it remember. I sat there staring at the recorder. My grandmother had always been eccentric, but this was something else entirely. I almost turned it off, but her voice continued. Start in the attic. You'll find a trunk marked with a red ribbon. Inside are letters. Read them in order. They'll explain everything. Trust me. And trust the house. The attic was accessed through a narrow staircase, hidden behind a door I'd assumed was a closet. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and found myself in a vast space filled with more boxes and furniture than I could count. It took 20 minutes to locate the trunk, with the red ribbon. Inside were hundreds of letters, organized by date, starting from 1952. The first letter was from a woman named Dorothy Chambers. She was writing to my grandmother, thanking her for helping find her brother, who had gone missing during the Korean War. My grandmother had apparently used some kind of network of contacts and resources to track him down to a military hospital in Japan. He'd been injured and unconscious, his identification lost. Without my grandmother's help, he would have been listed as missing indefinitely. The second letter was from a man named Robert Finn. He'd lost his family's farm during the Depression, and decades later my grandmother had helped him find documents proving his family's original claim to the land. He'd been able to reclaim it and pass it on to his children. Letter after letter, the same pattern emerged. My grandmother had spent decades helping people find what they'd lost. Sometimes it was people, sometimes objects, sometimes just information. She had an incredible talent for research and connections that seemed impossible. But the letters didn't explain what she meant about the house remembering. I spent the next few days reading. Some letters made me cry. A mother reunited with a daughter given up for adoption. A Holocaust survivor who found his sister alive in Argentina. A man who discovered his real father after 50 years of not knowing. My grandmother had touched hundreds of lives, and I'd never known. Then I found the journal. It was at the bottom of the trunk, leather-bound and thick. The first entry was dated 1951, shortly after my grandmother had moved into the house. I've discovered something remarkable about this house. It's not just walls and floors. There's something in the structure itself, something in the way it was built. When I'm here, when I'm quiet and listening, I can sense things, lost things, things that want to be found. It's like the house collects echoes of what's missing in the world. I felt a chill reading those words. It sounded insane, but I kept reading. My grandmother described how she'd learned to tune into these sensations. She'd sit in certain rooms and feel pulls in different directions. The library made her think of documents and records. The sunroom made her sense people, their locations, their fates. She couldn't explain it scientifically, but she'd tested it enough times to trust it. She wrote about the house's history. It had been built in 1889 by a ship captain named Ezekiel Thorne who'd lost his wife and daughter at sea. He'd constructed the house with materials gathered from around the world, each piece carefully chosen. Wood from Norway, stone from Ireland, tiles from Morocco, glass from Venice. My grandmother believed he'd inadvertently created something that resonated with loss, that drew lost things to it like a magnet. I closed the journal and looked around the attic. This was crazy. Houses didn't have supernatural powers, but I couldn't deny the evidence of all those letters, all those successful searches. My grandmother had found things that professional investigators and police had given up on. She'd had an extraordinary success rate that defied explanation. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what she'd written. Finally, around 3 a.m, I got up and went to the library. It was a small room lined with bookshelves, a desk by the window. I sat in my grandmother's chair and closed my eyes, feeling foolish but curious. I tried to clear my mind like she'd described. At first, nothing. Then, gradually, I felt something. It wasn't a voice or a vision, more like a gentle tug in my awareness. I had an overwhelming urge to go to the desk drawer. I opened it and found a stack of newspapers from the past month, local papers my grandmother must have subscribed to. One was folded open to a particular page. Missing person, Sarah Chen, age 19, last seen, near campus. The article was 3 weeks old. Sarah Chen had disappeared after a study session at the university 2 towns over. Police were investigating but had no leads. I stared at the photo of a smiling young woman and felt that tug again, stronger this time. I had the strangest sensation that I should look west, toward the mountains. I tried to dismiss it. This was ridiculous. I couldn't possibly know anything about this missing person, but the feeling persisted, growing stronger until I couldn't ignore it. I grabbed my laptop and started researching. Sarah Chen, university student, biology major, last seen on campus. I pulled up maps of the area and felt that westward pull intensify. There was a conservation area west of the university. Trails, camping spots, a small lake. Something made me focus on the lake. I zoomed in on the map and noticed a detail. There was a ranger station at the north end. I found a phone number, and even though it was 4 a.m, I called and left a message. I said I had information about Sarah Chen and asked them to check the area around the north shore of the lake, particularly any cabins or structures. I felt insane doing it, but I couldn't shake the certainty. I went back to bed but didn't sleep. When the phone rang at 8, I nearly jumped out of my skin. It was a ranger calling me back. They'd found Sarah. She'd been staying in an abandoned ranger cabin, recovering from what appeared to be a mental health crisis. She was dehydrated and disoriented but alive. They wanted to know how I'd known where to look. I stammered something about reviewing the case files and making an educated guess. They seemed satisfied enough. But I knew the truth. the house had told me. Or I'd sensed it through the house. However it worked, it had worked. Over the next weeks, I tested this ability carefully. I'd sit in different rooms and wait for those tugs of awareness. The library remained the strongest for finding information and documents. I helped a local historical society locate records of a missing cemetery. The sunroom was for people. I found 3 more missing persons by following those sensations, always calling in tips anonymously to avoid questions. The kitchen seemed attuned to lost objects with sentimental value. A woman had posted online about losing her mother's wedding ring somewhere in town. I felt a pull toward the old movie theater. I contacted her and suggested she check there. She found it wedged in a seat crack. I started understanding why my grandmother had made me promise to live here for a year. This wasn't something you could learn in a week. It took time to develop the sensitivity, to trust the feelings, to learn which rooms corresponded to which types of searches. She'd spent decades mastering this, and I was just beginning. I found more of her journals and read about her process. She'd developed a network of contacts over the years, people who could act on the information she provided. Private investigators, police officers, social workers, journalists. She'd been careful, never revealing too much about her methods, always framing her knowledge as the result of tireless research and lucky breaks. But she'd also written about the cost. The house demanded attention. If she ignored the sensations for too long, they'd intensify, becoming almost painful. Lost things called out, and the house amplified those calls. She'd learned to set boundaries, to choose which cases to pursue and which to let go. She couldn't save everyone, or find everything. The weight of that knowledge had been heavy. I experienced this myself. Some nights I'd lie awake feeling dozens of small tugs in different directions. A lost dog 2 towns over. A missing heirloom somewhere in the city. A person who'd run away from home. I had to learn to filter, to focus on the most urgent cases, the ones involving genuine danger or desperate need. One case particularly haunted me. I kept sensing a child, very young, lost in the woods. The sensation came from the sunroom, but was different from the others, more frantic. I spent hours trying to pinpoint the location. Finally, I narrowed it to a state park about 60 miles away. I called the park rangers and told them I'd heard a rumor about a missing child, and they should check the eastern trails. They found him 4 hours later, a 3-year-old boy who'd wandered away from a family picnic. He'd been missing for 6 hours, and his parents were frantic. The rangers found him following my directions, scared and tired, but unharmed. I cried with relief when I heard the news, but I also felt the burden my grandmother had carried. Every sensation was a responsibility. Every lost thing or person represented someone's pain, someone's desperate hope. I couldn't turn it off. The house wouldn't let me. I found a letter my grandmother had written but never sent. It was addressed to me, dated 2 years before her death. Dear one, by now you understand what this house is and what it can do. You're probably angry with me for burdening you with this. I'm sorry, but I couldn't let this gift die with me. Too many people need it. Too many lost things deserve to be found. You have the same sensitivity I had. I've known since you were a child. I saw it in the way you'd find things, the way you'd know things you couldn't possibly know. This house will amplify that gift. Train it. Make it stronger. Use it wisely. Use it well. And forgive an old woman for not giving you a choice. I did forgive her. How could I not? I'd seen the good this ability could do. I'd helped reunite families, recover precious items, solve mysteries that had haunted people for years. It was exhausting and sometimes overwhelming, but it was also meaningful in a way nothing else in my life had ever been. The year is almost up now. I could sell the house and walk away. But I won't. I've already started building my own network, my own system for acting on the information the house provides. I've helped 37 people so far. 37 cases of loss transformed into cases of recovery. The house creaks at night, and I swear I can feel it settle around me like a contented sigh. It's found a new caretaker, someone to help it continue its strange, impossible work. And I found a purpose I never expected in a house that remembers everything and helps others remember what they thought was lost forever. Story 2. I started working the night shift at a 7-Eleven on Route 49 because I needed money and didn't ask questions. The pay was decent, the work was easy, and my boss made it clear he didn't care what I did as long as the store didn't burn down and the register balanced at the end of each shift. Perfect for someone like me who dropped out of college and was living in a basement apartment with 2 roommates who never cleaned. The store was about 15 miles outside of town, right where the highway curves past the old state forest. During the day, it got regular traffic, truckers and tourists mostly, but at night, it was dead. My shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., and some nights I'd go hours without seeing a single customer. I'd spend the time reading, watching videos on my phone, or reorganizing the candy aisle for something to do. The weird stuff started on my 3rd week. It was a Tuesday, around 2 in the morning, when a guy walked in wearing a suit that looked expensive, but outdated, like something from the 1960s. He didn't say anything, just walked straight to the coffee machine and poured himself a cup. I noticed his hands were shaking as he added sugar. When he came to the counter, he put down exact change before I even told him the price. "Thanks for the coffee. It's been a long night." He had an accent I couldn't place. Something European, maybe. I nodded and took the money. He left without another word, and I watched through the window as he walked out into the parking lot and simply vanished. Not like he got into a car. He took 3 steps and ceased to exist. I stood there for a solid minute, trying to process what I'd seen. Then I convinced myself I'd just looked away at the wrong moment, that he'd walked out of my line of sight. But I felt uneasy the rest of the shift. The next night, a woman came in around the same time. She was wearing a wedding dress, pristine and white, with muddy sneakers on her feet. She bought a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and when I asked for ID, she showed me a driver's license that expired in 1987. I almost said something, but she looked at me with these tired eyes, and I just processed the sale. She sat outside on the curb, smoking for maybe 10 minutes, then stood up and walked toward the road. I blinked, and she was gone, just like the suit guy. I started keeping a notebook after that, writing down every strange customer and what they bought. Over the next few weeks, the pattern became clear. Between 2 and 3 a.m., I'd get anywhere from 1 to 5 customers who didn't behave like normal people. They always knew exactly what they wanted. They always had exact change, or bills that were crisp and sequential, like they'd just been printed. And they all disappeared when they left. There was the kid who couldn't have been more than 12, buying energy drinks at 2:30 a.m. on a school night with no parents in sight. There was the elderly man in a hospital gown who purchased every banana we had. There was the young woman in a blood-stained prom dress who bought nothing, but stood in the magazine aisle reading the same cooking magazine for 45 minutes before vanishing. I started researching the area. Turned out Route 49 had a history. Lots of accidents over the years. Fatal ones. The state forest had been the site of a plane crash in 1973. There was an old psychiatric hospital about 10 miles up the road that had closed in the 90s after some kind of scandal. The highway itself had been built over what used to be Native American territory, and before that, there were rumors of it being some kind of sacred site. My roommate Jake suggested I was hallucinating from lack of sleep. My roommate Emma thought I should quit and find a day job. But I was fascinated now. I started bringing a camera, and trying to photograph the strange customers. The photos never came out right. Either they were blurry, or the people appeared as bright white silhouettes, or the camera simply wouldn't trigger when I pressed the button. Then one night, I decided to try something different. When a middle-aged man in a business suit came in and bought a cup of coffee and a newspaper, I asked him a direct question. "Excuse me, but can I ask where you're going?" He looked at me for a long moment, and I saw something in his eyes. A deep sadness that made my chest tight. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm already there. That's why I stopped here. This place is in between." He left before I could ask what he meant. The next customer was more talkative. She was young, maybe early 20s, wearing clothes from what looked like the 1950s. She bought a chocolate bar, and when I worked up the courage to ask her the same question, she smiled. "You can see us. That's rare. Most night workers just go through the motions, don't really look. But you're paying attention." She leaned against the counter. "This store, this spot, it's thin. The barrier between where we are and where you are, it's thin here. Some of us stop by out of habit. Some because we're confused. Some because we just want to remember what it felt like to buy a candy bar at a convenience store." "Are you ghosts?" I asked, feeling ridiculous even saying the word. She considered this. "That's one word for it. We're echoes, maybe. Moments that didn't fully resolve. I died in a car crash about 3 miles up the road in 1959. But sometimes I forget that. Sometimes I'm just driving home from a date, and I want something sweet. So I stop here. Or where here used to be. And for a few minutes, I get to be that girl again. I felt chills running down my spine. Do you know you're dead? Now I do. Because you asked, and I had to think about it. Usually I don't think about it. It's easier that way." She picked up her chocolate bar. "Thanks for this. And thanks for seeing me. It helps, being seen." She walked out and I watched her disappear like all the others. After that conversation, things escalated. It was like the ghosts or echoes or whatever they were realized I could perceive them, and more started showing up. Some nights I'd have a dozen customers between 2 and 3 a.m., all of them buying small things, all of them fading away after. I learned their stories when they wanted to share. The truck driver who'd fallen asleep at the wheel, the teenager who'd wrapped his car around a tree, driving drunk, the woman who'd had a heart attack while driving and veered into the median. But it wasn't just people who died on the road. There was the nurse from the old psychiatric hospital who'd killed herself in the staff bathroom. There was a construction worker who'd fallen from scaffolding while building the original convenience Ian store in 1982. There was a hiker who'd gotten lost in the state forest and never made it out. All of them drawn to this spot for reasons they couldn't fully articulate. I started leaving out fresh coffee and making sure the store was especially clean during those hours. It seemed like the least I could do. Some of the regulars noticed. The woman in the wedding dress, whose name I learned was Sarah, started coming in every few nights. She told me she'd been on her way to her wedding when her car was hit by a drunk driver. She'd been buying cigarettes because her hands needed something to do, some familiar action to ground her. The kid buying energy drinks was named Marcus. He'd died of leukemia at the children's hospital in the city. He came to the store because his dad used to stop here on the way home from his treatments, and they'd get slushies together. Being here made him feel close to his father. The elderly man in the hospital gown was Arthur. He'd had dementia and wandered away from a nursing home, dying of exposure in the woods. He bought bananas because they reminded him of his childhood in Jamaica, before everything got confused. I started to understand what the woman meant about the store being in between. It wasn't just physically located between places. It existed in some kind of liminal space, a threshold between being and non-being. During those specific hours, the boundary was especially porous, and the dead could slip through for brief moments, enacting small rituals that tied them to life. My boss noticed I was going through way more coffee than the sales records indicated. I told him I was drinking it myself, and he shrugged and said to take it easy on the caffeine. I started paying for the extra coffee out of my own pocket. It felt important. One night, a new customer appeared, different from the others. He was young, maybe 17, wearing a Letterman jacket and looking confused. He wandered the aisles for 20 minutes, picking things up and putting them down, clearly distressed. Finally, he came to the counter and empty-handed. I don't understand. I'm supposed to be at practice. Why am I here? Where is here? I realized with a jolt that he didn't know he was dead. Most of them did, on some level, even if they didn't always think about it. But this kid was freshly dead, still disoriented. I didn't know what to say. Do you remember what happened before you got here? He frowned, concentrating. I was driving, going to basketball practice. And then there was this truck. It crossed the center line and everything went bright. His face crumpled. Oh God, am I dead? I came around the counter, my heart breaking for him. I think so. I'm sorry. I think you are. He started crying, and I didn't know what to do. Can ghosts cry? Apparently they could. He sobbed for several minutes while I stood there helplessly. Finally, he looked up. What do I do now? How does this work? I don't know. I'm sorry. I just work here. But maybe you could talk to some of the others who come through. They might be able to help. As if on cue, Sarah walked in. She took one look at the crying teenager, and her expression softened. She walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. Hey, it's okay. It's going to be okay. Come on, let's go outside and talk. They left together, and I watched through the window as she sat with him on the curb, talking quietly. After a while, they both faded away, but together, at the same time. I hoped she was helping him understand, helping him find whatever came next. The strangest night came about 6 months into the job. At 2:15 a.m., a woman walked in who didn't disappear. She was solid and real and alive. I could tell immediately. She looked around the store with wide eyes, bought a coffee and a bag of chips, and when she came to pay, her hands were shaking. I saw them. Outside. There were people, but they weren't really there. They were transparent. You can see them? I asked, surprised. She nodded. I thought I was losing my mind. This has never happened before. I was just driving through and I needed to stop for coffee. And there were all these people in the parking lot who looked wrong. You're not crazy. They're real. Real enough. I don't fully understand it myself, but this place is special. Between 2 and 3 a.m., the boundary is thin. The dead stop by. She stared at me. And this is just your normal shift? This happens every night? Pretty much. You get used to it. She laughed, a slightly hysterical sound. I'm a reporter. For the Tribune. Can I interview you about this? I thought about it. Part of me wanted to share this, to have someone else acknowledge what I experienced every night. But another part knew it wouldn't work. No one would believe it. And maybe it was better that way. Maybe these moments were supposed to be private, small pockets of grace for the dead who needed them. I don't think that's a good idea. No one would believe you anyway. And honestly, I think this place works better as a secret. She considered this, then nodded slowly. Maybe you're right. But thank you for confirming I'm not insane. She left, and I never saw her again. I sometimes wondered if she tried to write the story and couldn't make it work, or if she just decided to keep it to herself. I've been working this shift for 3 years now. I've talked to hundreds of ghosts or echoes or whatever they are. I've learned their stories, provided coffee and snacks, and a moment of normalcy in whatever strange state of existence they occupy. Some of them move on, and I never see them again. Others are regulars, trapped in loops they can't or won't escape. I've tried to research whether there are other places like this, other thin spots, where the living and dead intersect. I've found hints, stories online about certain diners or gas stations or hotels where people report strange occurrences, but nothing concrete. Maybe there are lots of these places. Maybe they're everywhere, and most people just don't notice. My boss still doesn't know. My roommates think I've become weird and nocturnal. My family worries about me working nights in an isolated location. But I can't imagine quitting. This job has given me a purpose I never expected. I'm a witness. I'm a keeper of stories. I'm someone who sees the forgotten dead and acknowledges their existence. Last week, a little girl came in, maybe 7 years old, and bought a pack of gum. She was humming to herself, seemed happy. When I asked where she was going, she said she was going to see her grandma. Then she paused and looked at me with these ancient eyes. Actually, I already saw her. We're together now. I just came back here one more time because I wanted to. I like this place. It's nice. Thank you for keeping it nice. She left, and I felt tears on my face. This job isn't what I thought it would be. It's stranger, sadder, and more meaningful than anything I could have imagined. The convenience store at the end of Route 49 isn't just a place to buy coffee and chips. It's a way station for souls in transition, a lighthouse for the lost, a small, bright spot in the darkness between life and death. And I'm its keeper, at least during the hours when the boundary is thin. I make the coffee. I keep the lights on. I bear witness. It's not much, but it's everything to the ones who stop by, looking for a moment of comfort in an existence I can't fully understand. So, I'll keep working the night shift, keep seeing what others miss, keep providing what little hospitality I can to the ghosts who remember what it meant to be alive and just want to buy something sweet before they fade back into whatever comes next. Story 3. I moved into my apartment in downtown Seattle 3 years ago, right after getting my first real job out of college. The building was old, but charming, with high ceilings and big windows that let in plenty of light. The rent was reasonable for the area, and my neighbors seemed quiet enough. I thought I'd lucked out. The piano started on my second night there. It was around 9 p.m. when I first heard it, a haunting melody that drifted through the walls. The apartment next to mine, 4B, was playing what sounded like a classical piece. It was beautiful, melancholic, and played with genuine skill. I remember thinking it was nice to have a neighbor who was musically talented, but then it played again the next night. The exact same piece, at the exact same time, and the night after that. And every single night for 3 years. At first I didn't mind. The song was about 4 minutes long, and it only played once per night, always at 9 p.m. sharp. It became part of my routine. I'd get home from work, make dinner, and at 9 o'clock the piano would start. It was consistent, predictable, almost comforting in its reliability. I never actually met my neighbor in 4B. I'd see mail piling up outside the door sometimes, but it would always disappear within a day or two. I'd hear footsteps occasionally, the sound of a door closing, normal apartment noises, but I never encountered the person face to face. Not in the hallway, not in the lobby, not at the mailboxes. After about 6 months, I started getting curious. Who plays the same song every single night for 6 months straight? I tried Googling the melody, humming it into music recognition apps, even recording it and posting it to classical music forums. No one could identify it. It wasn't Chopin, wasn't Beethoven, wasn't any of the famous composers. Some people suggested it might be an original composition. I asked the building manager about my neighbor. He was an older guy named Frank, who'd worked there for 20 years. When I mentioned 4B, his expression changed. He got this look that I couldn't quite read, uncomfortable maybe, or sad. He told me the tenant was very private, always paid rent on time, and had lived there longer than he'd been manager. He suggested I mind my own business, which only made me more curious. Around the 1-year mark, I started keeping a detailed log. I noted the exact time the music started each night, how long it lasted, any variations in the performance. There were never any variations. It was always 9 p.m. exactly, always 4 minutes and 12 seconds long, always played with the same tempo, the same dynamics, the same emotional intensity. It was like listening to the same recording over and over, except I knew it was being played live because I could hear the subtle sounds of fingers on keys, the mechanical action of the piano hammers. I became a bit obsessed. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, had been apartments since the beginning. I found old photos, read through archived newspaper articles, even tracked down a few former tenants. No one remembered anything unusual about 4B specifically, though one elderly woman I interviewed mentioned that the building had always had musicians living in it. Something about the acoustics, she said. My friends thought I was losing it. Why do you care so much? One asked. It's just someone practicing piano, but it wasn't practice. Practice involves repetition, mistakes, improvement. This was perfect performance of the same piece, every single night, with no progression or change. I tried knocking on the door a few times. No answer. I tried leaving notes. No response. I tried timing my comings and goings to coincide with when I heard sounds from the apartment, hoping to catch my neighbor in the hallway. Never worked. The breaking point came at the 2-year mark. I was going through a rough breakup and having trouble sleeping. One night I woke up at 3 a.m. and heard something that made my blood run cold. The piano was playing. Not the usual song, and not at the usual time. It was playing scales, exercises, the kind of thing someone does when warming up or practicing technique. And it sounded wrong, hesitant, like someone who was learning rather than someone who was skilled. I got out of bed and pressed my ear to the wall. The scales continued for maybe 20 minutes, then stopped. Silence. Then, at 9 a.m. the next morning, the usual song played perfectly, as always. I started listening more carefully at odd hours. About once a week, I'd hear that hesitant practice in the middle of the night. Scales, arpeggios, simple melodies. Always sounding uncertain, always stopping after 20 or 30 minutes. But every night at 9 p.m., the beautiful, perfect performance of that same unknown piece. I decided to do something that probably crossed a line. I called in sick to work one day and staked out the hallway, hiding in the stairwell, where I could see the door to 4B. I waited from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. Nothing. No one came out. No one went in. But I could hear movement inside the apartment. Occasional footsteps. The sound of water running. At 8:30 p.m., I gave up and went back to my own apartment. At 9 p.m. sharp, the music started. I sat there listening, and something occurred to me for the first time. What if there were 2 people in that apartment? One who played beautifully, and one who was learning? That theory consumed me for weeks. I started imagining scenarios. A teacher and student, a parent and child, a professional musician, and their partner. But none of it made sense with the pattern. Why would the expert play the same song every night? Why would the learner only practice in the middle of the night? Why had I never seen either of them? Then I found something that changed everything. I was at the downtown library doing research for work when I decided to dig deeper into the building's history. I went through old city records, property transfers, all the boring administrative stuff. That's when I found the name associated with apartment 4B. Eleanor Vance. She'd been the tenant since 1987, 36 years in the same apartment. I googled her name along with Seattle and piano, and my heart nearly stopped. Eleanor Vance had been a concert pianist. A prodigy, actually. She'd performed with major symphonies in the 1980s, was on track for an incredible career. Then in 1986, she'd been in a car accident. The articles were sparse on details, but the outcome was clear. She'd survived but suffered severe injuries to her hands. Her performing career was over. She'd been 23 years old. I found an interview she'd given to a music magazine in early 1987, just a few months before she moved into my building. In it, she talked about trying to come to terms with her new reality. She said she was still composing, still connected to music even if she couldn't perform anymore. She mentioned working on a piece that she called her farewell to the stage, something that expressed everything she'd lost and everything she'd learned. I couldn't find any recordings of this piece, no sheet music, nothing. But I knew with absolute certainty that it was the song I'd been hearing every night for 3 years. Armed with this information, I tried a different approach. I wrote a letter to Eleanor Vance, slid it under her door. I told her I'd been listening to her music, that it was beautiful, that I'd researched her history, and wanted to tell her that her talent hadn't been wasted. I didn't expect a response, but I felt like I had to try. 2 days later, there was a note slipped under my door. It was handwritten in shaky script. "Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate you listening. Please do not try to contact me again." That should have been the end of it. I should have respected her wishes. But I couldn't let go of one question. If Eleanor's hands were too damaged to play piano, who was playing every night at 9 p.m.? I started researching more obsessively. I found medical records, or at least references to them in legal documents from the lawsuit after her accident. The injuries had been severe. Multiple fractures in both hands, nerve damage, limited mobility. Physical therapy had helped, but she'd never regained the dexterity needed for professional performance. Yet every night, that complex, beautiful piece played perfectly. Considered other possibilities. Maybe she'd made a recording before the accident and played it every night. But that didn't explain the middle-of-the-night practice sessions I sometimes heard. Maybe she'd recovered more than the records indicated, but the practice sessions sounded like someone at a beginner or intermediate level, not someone who'd once been a professional. 3 months ago, something happened that brought everything into focus. The building had a fire alarm malfunction at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. Everyone had to evacuate. I threw on clothes and stumbled into the hallway, and for the first time in nearly 3 years, I saw the door to 4B open. An elderly woman stood in the doorway. She had white hair and was wrapped in a bathrobe, looking disoriented and frightened. Her hands, visible as she clutched the doorframe, were badly scarred and bent at odd angles. Eleanor Vance, without question. But there was someone else. A young woman, maybe 25, standing behind Eleanor with a protective hand on her shoulder. She looked at me, and our eyes met for just a second before she guided Eleanor toward the stairs. We all stood outside for 30 minutes, while the fire department checked the building. I tried to approach Eleanor, but the young woman intercepted me. She introduced herself as Carrie, Eleanor's niece. She was polite, but firm. My aunt values her privacy. Please respect that. I nodded, but I managed to ask one question. Who plays the piano at 9 p.m. every night? Carrie looked at me for a long moment, then smiled sadly. My aunt does. She's been relearning, very slowly, for years. That piece you hear, she composed it right after her accident. It took her 15 years to be able to play it the way she heard it in her head. She plays it every night to prove to herself that she didn't lose everything. But I hear someone practicing sometimes, late at night, someone who doesn't play as well. That's me. I'm learning piano. Aunt Eleanor is teaching me. I practice when I think it won't bother the neighbors. Everything suddenly made sense. Eleanor had spent years painstakingly relearning her skills, working around her disabilities, refusing to give up on the one thing that defined her. The perfect performance every night wasn't someone who'd never lost their ability. It was someone who'd fought tooth and nail to reclaim it. And the middle of the night practice wasn't someone learning from scratch. It was Carrie, being taught by someone who understood music at the deepest level, even if her hands couldn't always express it. We were allowed back in the building shortly after. I didn't try to talk to Eleanor or Carrie again, but the next night, at 9 p.m., when the music started, I listened with completely new ears. I heard the slight imperfections I'd never noticed before, the accommodations Eleanor had made for her limitations. The piece was still beautiful, maybe more beautiful now that I knew the story behind it. I heard the determination in every note, the refusal to be defeated. I heard 3 decades of work compressed into 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I heard someone who'd lost everything finding a way to create something meaningful from the wreckage. A week after the fire alarm incident, I found another note under my door. Carrie and I are moving to a larger place next month. I wanted to thank you for being a good neighbor, for listening. Not many people really listen anymore. The note was signed Eleanor, and underneath was a line of music notation. The opening bars of the piece I'd heard every night for 3 years. They moved out on the 15th of the month. I helped Carrie carry some boxes to the moving truck. Eleanor supervised from a chair in the lobby, directing traffic with those damaged hands. When everything was loaded, she stood and walked over to me. Thank you for caring enough to find out my story. Most people would have just complained about the noise. She shook my hand, her grip weak but warm. It was never noise. It was always music. She smiled at that, a real smile that lit up her whole face. Maybe you understand after all. I asked her if she'd keep playing, wherever she was going. She nodded. Every night at 9 p.m. It's my ritual, my proof of existence. As long as I can play that piece, I'm still Eleanor Vance, pianist. Not Eleanor Vance, the woman who had everything taken away. A new tenant moved into 4B 2 weeks later. Young guy, worked in tech, kept to himself. At 9 p.m. on his first night there, I realized how quiet the building had become. No music drifting through the walls. No 4-minute interlude of beauty breaking up the evening. I found myself missing it terribly. That song had become part of my life, a constant I'd relied on without realizing it. I tried to recreate it from memory, humming the melody, but I couldn't quite capture it. That's when I understood what Eleanor had meant about people not really listening. I'd heard that piece over 1,000 times, and I'd never bothered to truly memorize it. Last week, I got a package in the mail. Inside was a USB drive and a note from Carrie. My aunt wanted you to have this. She made a recording of the piece. She said you earned it. I plugged the drive into my computer and found a single audio file titled Eleanor's Elegy. I pressed play, and there it was. That familiar melody, played with all the emotion and skill I remembered. But this recording was different. It started with Eleanor speaking. This piece is called Eleanor's Elegy, and I composed it in 1987 as a farewell to the life I'd planned. But it became something else over the years. It became a greeting to the life I actually lived. Every night when I play this, I'm not mourning what I lost. I'm celebrating what I found. The strength to continue. The courage to adapt. The wisdom to know that endings and beginnings are often the same moment. just viewed from different angles. Thank you for listening. Thank you for caring. And remember, the music doesn't end when the performance is over. It lives on in everyone who truly heard it. Then the piano began, and I sat in my quiet apartment listening to Eleanor Vance play her elegy, her greeting, her proof of existence. When it finished, I played it again, and again. And now, every night at 9 p.m., I play that recording. Not because I need the routine, but because Eleanor was right. The music doesn't end when the performance is over. It lives on in everyone who truly heard it. And I heard it. For 3 years, I heard it without understanding. Now I understand, and I'll keep listening, keep remembering the woman next door, who refused to let tragedy have the final word, who turned her broken hands into instruments of beauty, who played the same song every night, not out of obsession or madness, but out of defiant, magnificent hope. Story 4. I've been working in data recovery for 8 years now. It's mostly boring work, recovering family photos from corrupted drives, pulling business documents from failed servers, occasionally helping law enforcement retrieve evidence. I've seen it all, or at least I thought I had until 6 months ago, when someone brought in a hard drive that changed everything I thought I knew about my job, and maybe about reality itself. The drive came from an estate sale. A guy named Derek bought a box of old computer parts for $20, and buried in the mess of cables and obsolete hardware was a Western digital hard drive from 2009. He brought it to me because it wouldn't mount on his computer, and he was curious what might be on it. Estate sale electronics sometimes contain interesting things. Old family videos or photos, occasionally something valuable. I told him the standard recovery fee and got to work. The drive was in rough shape physically. Someone had removed it from its original computer carefully, but then it had spent years in storage, probably in a garage or basement, based on the dust and slight corrosion on the connectors. I hooked it up to my recovery station and started the imaging process. This is standard procedure. You create a complete copy of the drive before attempting any actual recovery work. That way, if something goes wrong, you haven't lost the original data. The imaging took about 6 hours. The drive was 500 gigabytes and mostly full. While it was running, I worked on other projects, checked email, the usual routine. When the image was complete, I started examining the file structure. What I found was weird from the start. The drive had been formatted and partitioned in an unusual way, with multiple hidden partitions that wouldn't show up in a normal file browser. This isn't necessarily suspicious. Tech-savvy people sometimes set up drives this way for security or organizational reasons, but it meant this wasn't going to be a simple job. I started with the main visible partition. It contained what you'd expect from a personal computer, circa 2009. Documents, photos, music files, some installed programs. The owner appeared to be a man named Richard Callahan, based on the file paths and document metadata. There were family photos showing a man in his 40s with a wife and 2 teenage kids. Normal suburban life stuff. Birthday parties, vacations, school events. But then I opened one of the document folders and found something odd. There were hundreds of text files, all with timestamps and file names that followed a specific pattern. Entry 2009 0315 txt entry 2009 0315 frontingtab entry 2009 315 They were dated entries, multiple per day, spanning from January 2009 to August 2009. I opened the first one. It was a journal entry, written in first person, describing a normal day. Woke up at 7. Made breakfast for the kids. Jennifer had a math test. Tom needed a ride to soccer practice. Went to work. Conference call with the Boston office. ordered Chinese takeout for dinner, watched a movie with Susan, went to bed at 11. Nothing unusual, just someone documenting their daily life. But there were hundreds of these entries, sometimes 5 or 6 per day, each one describing mundane details with almost obsessive precision. The level of detail was strange. Not just what he ate for breakfast, but the exact temperature he set the coffee maker to, the specific route he drove to work, the number of steps from his car to his office door. I kept reading, jumping ahead through the months. The entries continued in the same pattern until mid-Mars, and then something changed. The tone shifted. Entry 2009 new 316 615 TXT read. Woke up at 6:15. But I don't remember going to bed. The last thing I remember is sitting on the couch watching TV around 10 p.m. I asked Susan about it, and she said I came to bed at 11 like always, but I have no memory of those 60 minutes. This has been happening more often. Time skips that I can't account for. The next few weeks of entries documented more of these time skips. Richard Callahan was losing time, anywhere from a few minutes to several hours, with no memory of what happened during those gaps. He wrote about consulting doctors, getting tests done for early-onset dementia, or neurological issues. Everything came back normal. Then the entries became frightening. Entry 2009-04 002 Sun 1830 bot. Text. I found a video file on my computer that I don't remember creating. It's dated from last week during one of my time skips. I'm going to watch it now. The next entry was 3 hours later. Entry 2009-0402 Text. I don't understand what I saw. The video shows me sitting at this desk, in this room. But I'm talking about things I don't know anything about. Technical things, scientific concepts that are beyond my understanding. I'm speaking clearly and confidently, but none of it makes sense to me now. It's like watching a stranger who happens to look exactly like me. I sat back from my monitor, feeling a chill. This was getting weird. In a way I hadn't expected. I checked the hidden partitions and found they were password protected. I ran some decryption tools. Nothing fancy, just standard password recovery software. It took a few hours, but I got into the first hidden partition. It was full of video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date, corresponding exactly to the time skips Richard had documented in his text entries. I opened one at random. The video showed Richard Callahan sitting at a desk, looking directly at the camera. But something was wrong with his eyes. They were unfocused, distant, like he was looking through the camera rather than at it. When he spoke, his voice was flat, emotionless, completely different from what I'd expect based on the warm family photos I'd seen. I am designate 77 Alpha, currently utilizing host organism Richard Callahan for communication purposes. This entry documents day 43 of the observation period. The host remains unaware of the integration process. Memory suppression protocols are functioning at 97% efficiency. The following data has been collected regarding human social structures and family dynamics. He then proceeded to describe, in clinical detail, his interactions with his family that day. But he referred to his wife and children as subjects, analyzing their behavior like a scientist studying lab animals. He talked about emotional responses as if they were data points. He discussed human customs and rituals as though he were an anthropologist from another culture. I felt sick watching it. I closed the video and opened another from a few weeks later. Same setup, same dead-eyed stare, but this time the content was different. Integration is proceeding faster than anticipated. The host organism's neural pathways are adapting to our presence. We estimate full integration will be complete within 60 days. At that point, the original consciousness designated Richard Callahan will be permanently suppressed, and this unit will have complete control. The family unit suspects nothing. The workplace suspects nothing. The cover identity remains intact. I must have watched a dozen of these videos. They were all similar. This thing that called itself 7-7 Alpha, documenting its process of taking over Richard Callahan's body and life. It discussed its mission in vague terms, something about long-term observation and data collection regarding human civilization. It mentioned others, other designates, who were performing similar integrations with different host organisms. The really disturbing part was watching the progression. In the early videos, the thing speaking seemed completely alien, struggling to mimic human expressions and speech patterns. But as the weeks went on, it got better. By late May, the videos showed someone who could pass for human in casual interaction. It had learned to smile at the right moments, to modulate its voice with appropriate emotion, to make small talk and tell jokes. The last video was dated August 12th, 2009. 7-7 Alpha sat at the desk, looking pleased, or at least wearing an expression that resembled pleasure. Integration. Complete. The Richard Callahan consciousness has been fully suppressed and archived. This unit now has complete control of the host organism, with no risk of the original personality resurfacing. All memories, mannerisms, and behavioral patterns have been successfully copied and can be replicated with .99 accuracy. The family unit has noticed no changes. This operation can be considered a success. Beginning long-term observation phase. This will be the final video log as they are no longer necessary. The video ended and I sat there staring at my screen, trying to process what I'd just seen. This had to be fake, right? Some kind of weird creative writing project, or ARG, alternate reality game. People make stuff like this all the time. Elaborate hoaxes designed to freak people out. But something about it felt wrong. The level of detail, the consistency across hundreds of text entries and video files, the technical sophistication of the hidden partitions. This would have taken an enormous amount of time and effort to create. And why? Why make something like this, and then let the hard drive end up in an estate sale? I did something I probably shouldn't have. I Googled Richard Callahan along with the city name I'd found in some of the documents. I found an obituary from 2015. Richard Callahan, age 51, died peacefully at home, surrounded by family. Beloved husband, father, community volunteer. Memorial service information followed. I found his wife Susan on Facebook. Her page was public. I scrolled through 6 years of posts. Photos of grandchildren, links to news articles, the typical Facebook content of a woman in her 50s. Everything looked completely normal. If something had taken over her husband's body in 2009, she'd spent 6 years living with it without knowing. And then it had died, and she'd mourned it as her real husband. Or maybe Richard Callahan had been mentally ill, experiencing some kind of dissociative disorder, creating these videos during psychotic episodes. That made more sense than the alternative. Except the videos showed someone who was lucid and articulate, speaking with technical precision about neuroscience and psychology that seemed beyond what a delusional person could fabricate. I checked the second hidden partition. It was larger, more heavily encrypted. It took 2 days of running cracking software before I got in. What I found made the first partition look tame. Thousands of files, spreadsheets full of data about human behavior, physiology, social structures, documents that read like intelligence reports about different aspects of human civilization, video files showing other people, dozens of them, all with that same dead-eyed stare, all identifying themselves with designations like 3-2 Beta and 9-1 Delta. There were maps, showing locations across the United States and other countries, marked with codes I didn't understand. There were communications logs, messages between different designates discussing their integration progress and comparing data. There was a master document that appeared to be a mission briefing, outlining something called the Long-Term Observation Initiative. According to this document, the entities, whatever they were, had been conducting a multi-generational study of human civilization. They would integrate with host organisms, live complete human lives, gather data, and transmit it back to some kind of central repository. The goal was to just understand humanity well enough to predict our development and evolution as a species. The document discussed success rates. Apparently, the integration process didn't always work. Sometimes the host consciousness fought back and won. Sometimes the integration caused physical or mental damage that made the host unsuitable for long-term use. But they'd refined their techniques over decades, and by 2009, they had a 93% success rate. The most chilling part was a section discussing what they called continuity protocols. If a host organism died, the entity would extract itself and find a new host. They could apparently jump from body to body, though the process was risky, and they preferred to stay in one host for a complete human lifetime when possible. I spent a week going through all the files, taking notes, trying to understand the scope of what I was looking at. If this was real, and I was increasingly afraid it might be, then there were potentially thousands of these things living among us, wearing human bodies like suits, studying us from the inside. I tried to find evidence that it was fake. I reverse image searched the photos, analyzed the video files for signs of editing, checked the metadata for inconsistencies. Everything appeared genuine. Either this was an incredibly elaborate hoax created by someone with serious technical skills and way too much time, or I was looking at proof of something that shouldn't exist. Derek, the guy who brought me the drive, called asking about progress. I told him the recovery was taking longer than expected, that the drive had some corruption issues. I needed time to figure out what to do. I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? I found a hard drive that contains evidence of alien body snatchers. They'd laugh me out of the station. I thought about posting it online, but that seemed irresponsible. If this was real, I might be putting people in danger. If it was fake, I'd be spreading misinformation. Then I found the failsafe file. It was buried deep in the second partition, encrypted with a different algorithm than the rest. The file name was simply instructions.txt. When I finally cracked it open, this is what it said. If you are reading this, it means the Richard Callahan host organism has expired, and this storage device has fallen into unauthorized hands. This is a contingency we prepared for. The data on this drive represents a significant security risk to the initiative. However, we have determined that the most effective response is not suppression, but misdirection. Human psychology is predictable. You will doubt what you have found. You will question its authenticity. You will likely conclude it is an elaborate hoax because the alternative is too disturbing to accept. This is your nature. You create comfortable explanations for uncomfortable realities. So we will make no effort to retrieve this drive or silence you. We will rely on your own cognitive biases to protect our secret, even if you share what you have found. Most will dismiss it as science fiction, an ARG, a creative writing exercise. Those few who believe will be labeled conspiracy theorists and ignored. This is why the initiative has been so successful. We hide in plain sight, protected not by secrecy, but by the certainty that humans will reject any evidence that challenges their understanding of reality. Proceed as you wish. You have already lost. I read that message 12 times. It was perfectly calculated to mess with my head. If I believed the files were real, the message told me that revealing them was pointless. If I thought they were fake, the message was just part of the hoax. A clever bit of metafiction designed to make the story more compelling. I was paralyzed by indecision for days. Finally, I called Derek and told him the drive was too corrupted, that I couldn't recover anything useful. He was disappointed, but not upset. I offered to refund his recovery fee, but he told me not to worry about it. I kept the drive. I know I shouldn't have, but I couldn't bring myself to return it or destroy it. I made multiple backups and stored them in different locations. I told myself it was for research purposes, that maybe someday I'd figure out the truth. But here's the thing that really scares me. I've started noticing things. People who seem slightly off, whose reactions are just a little too calculated, whose emotions don't quite reach their eyes. I see them in grocery stores, at coffee shops, walking down the street. Are they real people, or are they something else wearing human skin? Last week I saw Susan Callahan at a restaurant. She was having dinner with a man I didn't recognize. She looked happy, laughing at something he said. I watched her for a few minutes, studying her face, trying to see if there was anything unusual. She caught me staring and smiled politely, the way you do at strangers. Just a normal woman having a normal dinner. Or was she? How would I know? According to the files on that drive, the integration is so complete that even family members can't tell the difference. If her husband had been replaced in 2009 and she'd never known, what did that say about our ability to recognize these things? I've been having nightmares. In them, I'm sitting at my desk just like Richard Callahan did in those videos, staring at a camera with dead eyes, introducing myself as some alphanumeric designation. I wake up in a panic, checking my memories, trying to confirm that I'm still me. But how would I know if I wasn't? The files said the original consciousness gets suppressed and archived. Would I even remember being replaced? I've thought about deleting everything, wiping the drives, pretending I never saw any of it, but I can't. It's like the message said, I've already lost. Whether the files are real or fake, they've infected my thinking. I can't look at people the same way anymore. I can't trust my own perceptions. Sometimes I think I should release everything publicly, post the files online, and let the internet decide what's real. But I keep coming back to that fail-safe message. They're right, aren't they? Most people would dismiss it as fiction. Those who believed would be marginalized. Nothing would change, except maybe I'd lose my job and my reputation. So, instead I'm writing this, posting it to Reddit where it will be read as entertainment, as creative writing, as just another creepy story to share around the digital campfire. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe Richard Callahan was a disturbed man who created an elaborate fantasy. Maybe I'm overthinking a simple ass of mental illness documented in digital form. But late at night, when I'm alone with my thoughts, I remember those videos. I remember the progression from alien to almost human. I remember the clinical way 7/7 Alpha discussed suppressing Richard Callahan's consciousness. I remember the maps showing locations across the country where other integrations were in progress. And I wonder, how many of them are out there? How many people I interact with every day are not quite what they seem? How many times have I stood in line behind one, sat across from one at a restaurant, passed one on the street? The worst part is the uncertainty. I can never know for sure. Maybe I already know some of them. Maybe I've had full conversations with these things without realizing what they were. Maybe they're reading this right now, amused by another human struggling with cognitive dissonance, unable to accept evidence that contradicts their comfortable worldview. Or maybe none of it's real. Maybe I found an elaborate creative project, and I'm giving it more weight than it deserves. Maybe I'm the one who's losing touch with reality, seeing patterns that aren't there, becoming paranoid over fiction. I genuinely don't know anymore. And that's what I can't escape. The uncertainty has become its own kind of prison. Real or fake, that hard drive has changed how I see the world. I can't go back to the comfortable ignorance I had before I opened those files. Derek called me last week, asking if I'd recovered anything from that estate sale drive. I lied and said no. The data was too corrupted. He thanked me anyway, and mentioned he'd bought another box of electronics from the same estate sale. Said he might bring it by if there were any more hard drives. I told him I was booked solid for the next few months, that he should try another recovery service. I couldn't risk finding more. One drive was enough to shatter my peace of mind. I don't think I could handle discovering that this was bigger than Richard Callahan, that there were more files, more evidence, more reasons to question the reality I thought I understood. So, that's where I am now, sitting on data that might be the most important discovery in human history, or might be an elaborate hoax. Unable to prove which it is. Unable to forget what I've seen. Unable to look at the people around me without wondering. The failsafe message was right. I've already lost. Whether the initiative is real or not, I'm trapped by the possibility. And somewhere out there, if any of this is true, they're watching, learning, integrating, preparing for whatever comes next in their long-term observation of a species that can't even recognize when it's being studied from within. I still have the drive, still have the backups, still wake up at 3 a.m., wondering what I should do with them. And every day I go to work, recover data from failed hard drives, help people retrieve their lost photos and documents, and try not to think about what might be hiding in the next estate sale computer I'm asked to examine. Because now I know what to look for, and I'm terrified of finding it again. Story 5. Let me start by saying I never intended for any of this to happen. I'm not a con artist. I'm not some charismatic cult leader type. I'm just a guy who was trying to make rent by selling off my late grandfather's bizarre estate sale leftovers. And somehow, I ended up with 300 followers who think I'm a mystical prophet. This is that story. My grandfather died last year at the age of 92. He was a weird dude, always had been. He spent 40 years working as an accountant, which was normal enough. But he spent his entire retirement traveling to obscure places and buying strange artifacts. When I say strange, I mean objects that had no clear purpose, no obvious value, and no explanation for why anyone would want them. His house was packed with this stuff. Carved wooden figures from countries I'd never heard of. Pottery with symbols that didn't match any known language. Paintings of landscapes that didn't look like anywhere on Earth. Boxes of rocks that he'd labeled with dates and GPS coordinates. Hundreds of books in languages I couldn't identify, many of which appeared to be handwritten copies, rather than printed texts. My parents didn't want to deal with any of it. They took the valuable stuff, the actual antiques and jewelry, and told me I could have whatever was left if I cleaned out the house. I was unemployed at the time, having just been laid off from my marketing job, so I figured I could sell some of Grandfather's weird collection online and make a few bucks. I started photographing items and listing them on eBay with descriptions like vintage carved statue, origin unknown, and antique book with unusual symbols. I priced everything cheap just to move it. To my surprise, some of it actually sold. Apparently, there's a market for weird, unexplained objects. Then I listed the statue. It was about 2 feet tall, made of some kind of dark stone, depicting a vaguely humanoid figure, with too many arms and a face that seemed to shift, depending on what angle you looked at it from. It was deeply unsettling. I'd kept it in the garage while sorting through Grandfather's stuff, because I didn't like having it in the house. I took some photos, posted it with a starting bid of $20, and wrote a description that was maybe a bit too creative. I was trying to make it sound mysterious and valuable, so I wrote something like, "Ancient statue recovered from remote temple site, believed to represent forgotten deity," accompanied by untranslated text, suggesting ritual significance. Original provenance unknown. handle with appropriate reverence. And none of that was technically true. I had no idea where Grandfather got it. There was no text. I just made stuff up to make the listing more interesting. The auction ended at $340. A guy named Marcus bought it. A week later, Marcus emailed me asking if I had any more items from the same temple site. I didn't, obviously, because there was no temple site. But I did have about 50 more weird statues and carvings. So, I said yes. I had a few more pieces from the same collection, and would he be interested? He bought 6 more items over the next month, paying premium prices for all of them. Then he asked if he could visit my grandfather's house to see the collection in person. He said he was part of a group of collectors and researchers interested in obscure religious artifacts, and they'd be willing to pay well for the right pieces. I should have said no. I should have realized this was getting weird. But I needed money, and Marcus seemed harmless as enough in his emails. So I agreed to meet him at the house. Marcus showed up with 3 other people. They were all in their 30s or 40s, dressed normally, nobody in robes or anything alarming. But they took the collection very seriously. They walked through Grandfather's house with notebooks, photographing items, handling them with gloves, discussing them in hushed tones using terminology I didn't understand. One of them, a woman named Diane, asked me where my grandfather had acquired these pieces. I admitted I didn't know. He'd traveled a lot but never talked much about what he was doing. She got very excited by this. So he was working independently, following his own research. That's even better. These pieces are authentic. Authentic what? I asked. Diane looked at me like I was joking. You don't know? These are convergence artifacts. Your grandfather was clearly a practitioner, probably quite advanced based on the sophistication of some of these pieces. I had no idea what she was talking about. I nodded, like I understood because I didn't want to look stupid in front of people who were paying me good money. Marcus started making offers on various items. By the end of the day, they'd bought about 20 pieces for a total of $4,000. Before they left, Diane asked if my grandfather had left any writings. Journals, notes, anything documenting his work. I remembered the boxes of handwritten books in the attic. I brought one down and showed it to her. She opened it carefully, scanned a few pages, and her eyes went wide. This is incredible. Your grandfather documented his entire practice. These are field notes from convergent sites around the world. Do you understand how valuable this is? She offered me $2,000 for the journals, all 15 of them. I sold them. I took the money. They took the books. And I thought that was the end of it. I'd made about $8,000 total and still had plenty of grandfather's weird stuff left to sell. But then things got complicated. A week later, I got an email from Diane. She said her group had been studying my grandfather's journals, and they'd discovered something extraordinary. According to his notes, he'd identified a new convergence site, less than 50 miles from where I lived. They wanted to investigate it, and they wanted me to come with them as a representative of my grandfather's legacy. I almost said no. This was clearly some kind of weird New Age thing, and I wanted no part of it. But then Diane mentioned they'd pay me $500 just to come along for the day. I was still unemployed and running low on money. So, I agreed. The site was in the middle of nowhere, a clearing in the woods near an abandoned quarry. There were some unusual rock formations, I'll admit, but nothing that screamed mystical significance to me. Diane and her group set up equipment, took measurements, consulted my grandfather's journals, and got very excited about magnetic readings or energy patterns or something. Then they asked me to perform the opening. I had no idea what that meant. Diane explained that according to my grandfather's notes, a blood relative could serve as a conduit for convergence energy. They wanted me to stand in the center of the rock formation, hold one of the statues I'd sold them, and recite a specific phrase from the journals. It sounded like harmless nonsense to me. I figured I'd humor them collect my $500, and leave. So I did what they asked. I stood in the center, held the creepy statue, and read the phrase they showed me. It was in a language I didn't recognize, probably something Grandfather had made up. Nothing happened, obviously. But Diane and the others reacted like something profound had occurred. They took readings, consulted their instruments, and declared the opening a success. The site was now active, apparently. They could begin their work. Over the next few months, this group kept contacting me. They wanted to visit more sites from Grandfather's journals. They wanted me to perform more openings. They started calling me the Inheritor, saying I'd taken on my grandfather's role. And they kept paying me. Sometimes $500, sometimes $1,000, just to show up and read some nonsense phrases while they did their weird measurements. I went along with it because the money was good, and they seemed harmless. They were strange, but not dangerous. Just people who believed in something I didn't understand. I figured everyone needs a hobby. Then other people started showing up. Diane's group had apparently been posting about their discoveries online, and word spread that the Inheritor was performing openings at Convergence sites. People wanted to witness it. They wanted to be part of whatever this was. By the 6th site visit, there were about 30 people in attendance. They watched reverently as I went through the ritual. Some of them took photos. A few asked for my autograph afterward. It was bizarre, but kind of funny. I was playing a role in someone else's fantasy and getting paid for it. Then someone created a website. It was called The Convergence Chronicles, and it documented all the sites we'd visited, the openings I'd performed, and my grandfather's research. They'd transcribed parts of his journals and posted them as teachings. They'd written interpretations of the statue imagery. They'd created a whole mythology around this stuff, and they'd written a biography of me. According to the website, I was the last in a long line of Convergence practitioners, inheriting secret knowledge passed down through generations. I was opening doorways to higher dimensions. I was preparing the world for a great transformation. None of this was true. I was just a guy reading random phrases while holding weird statues. But the website made it sound profound and important, and people believed it. The gatherings got bigger. By the 10th site visit, there were over 100 people. They'd started calling themselves Convergence. They had a symbol they'd adopted from one of Grandfather's statues. Some of them had gotten tattoos of it. They talked about the openings like they were religious experiences. I started to feel uncomfortable. This had gone from a weird hobby group to something that looked a lot like a cult. And I was at the center of it. I tried to back out. Told Diane I didn't want to do any more openings. She looked genuinely hurt. But you're the Inheritor. Without you, the work can't continue. Your grandfather spent his life preparing for this. You can't just walk away. I can, actually. I'm not qualified for this. I don't even believe in any of it. I've just been reading words I don't understand while you all pretend something mystical is happening. Diane smiled like I'd said something wise. That's the mark of a true practitioner. Doubt is part of the path. Your grandfather wrote about this. The Inheritor must question, must resist, before fully accepting the role. There was no winning. Anything I said was interpreted as part of some spiritual journey I was supposedly on. If I participated, I was fulfilling my destiny. If I refused, I was going through necessary doubt. The narrative had become self-reinforcing. I stopped responding to emails. I blocked some numbers. I deleted my social media accounts because Convergence had started finding me online, sending messages about how my work had changed their lives. I thought maybe if I just disappeared, they'd lose interest and move on. Instead, they showed up at my apartment. Not in a threatening way. They just wanted to talk. They wanted to understand why I was withdrawing. They were concerned about me. Diane explained that the community needed me, that people had found meaning and purpose through the Convergence, that I couldn't abandon them now. I told her the truth. I'd made it all up. The temple site I mentioned in the original eBay listing was fake. I had no special knowledge. I'd never believed in any of this. I was just trying to sell my grandfather's weird collection, and things had spiraled out of control. Diane nodded thoughtfully. I understand. You're afraid of the responsibility. That's natural, but making it up and channeling genuine truth aren't mutually exclusive. Sometimes we invent stories that turn out to be true in ways we didn't expect. Your grandfather understood this. I couldn't argue with that logic, because it wasn't really logic. It was faith dressed up as reason. These people had decided this was real, and no amount of evidence to the contrary would change their minds. The community kept growing. Someone started a podcast discussing convergence theory. Someone else wrote an ebook about their experiences at the openings. There were meetup groups in 6 different cities. People were incorporating convergence's symbols into art, jewelry, clothing. A whole economy was developing around this thing I'd accidentally created, and they still wanted me involved. They offered me money to make appearances, to lead workshops, to write a book about my experiences. When I refused, they created content without me. They speculated about where I was, what I was doing, why I'd gone silent. Some thought I was on a spiritual retreat. Others believed I was preparing for something big. The most disturbing development was when people started reporting their own experiences. They'd visit the sites we'd opened without me present and claim to feel energy, or see visions, or experience transformation. They were creating their own validation, generating evidence through collective belief. I consulted a lawyer about whether I could be held liable for any of this. He said, probably not. I hadn't explicitly claimed to have magic powers. I hadn't taken money under false pretenses. The items I sold were real objects. Even if my descriptions were creative, I hadn't forced anyone to believe anything. People had chosen to interpret my actions in a particular way. And that wasn't legally my problem. But it felt like my problem. I'd started something I couldn't control, and couldn't stop. The convergence had taken on a life of its own, independent of my involvement or belief. Then things got weirder. People started finding their own artifacts. They'd discover objects at thrift stores or estate sales, and declare them convergence relics. They'd create their own opening rituals. The practice was evolving, spreading, mutating beyond anything related to Grandfather's original collection. Someone claimed to have translated parts of Grandfather's journals more accurately and discovered deeper meanings. Someone else said they'd had a vision revealing the true purpose of the convergence. Factions were forming, different interpretations competing for legitimacy. It was becoming a real religion, with all the complexity and conflict that implied. I watched all this happen online, horrified and fascinated in equal measure. The thing I'd created as a sales gimmick had become a belief system for thousands of people. They'd built communities around it, found friendships, developed practices and traditions. Some claimed it had helped them through depression or addiction. Others said it had given them purpose and direction. Was I responsible for that? If people found genuine benefit in something I knew was nonsense, did that make it valuable? Or was I ethically obligated to expose it as a fraud, even if that destroyed something meaningful for them? I talked to a therapist about this. She pointed out that all religions start somewhere, usually with someone claiming divine revelation or special knowledge. Most of those founders probably believed what they were saying, but some might not have. Does it matter if the origin story is literally true? If the community that develops provides real value to its members? I didn't have an answer. I still don't. The convergence continues without me. They've established a foundation, organized conferences, published books. There are academic papers now, scholars studying the movement as a modern religious phenomenon. Some call it a cult. Others see it as a legitimate New Age spiritual practice. Most people have never heard of it. Occasionally, someone recognizes me. A barista, a person on the subway, someone who was part of the early gatherings. They always look at me with reverence or curiosity, or disappointment. Some want to know why I left. Others respect what they perceive as my choice to pursue a more private path. I never know what to say. The truth sounds absurd. I accidentally started a religion because I wanted to sell some weird statues. Nobody would believe that. It's easier to stay quiet and let them maintain whatever story makes sense to them. Last month, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was one of Grandfather's journals, the ones I'd sold to Diane years ago. There was a note. "We thought you should have this back. You'll understand when you're ready." It was signed by dozens of people, Convergence thanking me for changing their lives. I opened the journal and actually read it this time. Really read it. And here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Grandfather's notes are detailed, specific, and incredibly weird. He documented locations, symbols, experiences, all presented as objective research. But there's nothing in his writing suggesting he believed any of it was supernatural. He approached these artifacts and sites like a scientist studying a phenomenon, but he never claimed the phenomenon was real. He documented what people believed, how they practiced, what they valued. He was an anthropologist of imaginary religions, collecting the physical evidence of belief systems that may or may not have ever actually existed, and now I'd accidentally done the same thing, except in reverse. I'd created the artifacts and rituals first, and belief had sprung up around them afterward. Grandfather had studied religions that came before their relics. I'd made relics that spawned a religion. Was that his plan all along? Had he collected all this stuff knowing someone would eventually try to sell it, knowing the right marketing could create a mythology? Had he left those journals as templates, waiting for someone to activate them? I'll never know. Grandfather's been dead for 2 years now, and whatever he actually believed went with him. Maybe he was a true believer in convergence energy. Maybe he was a con artist. Maybe he was an artist creating an elaborate conceptual work. Maybe he was just a weird old man who liked collecting strange objects and making up stories about them. The Convergence movement just announced plans to build a permanent center at the first site I opened. They've raised money, purchased land, hired architects. They want it to serve as a gathering place, a training facility, and a museum displaying artifacts from Grandfather's original collection. They've asked if I'll attend the groundbreaking ceremony. They promise not to pressure me into any kind of leadership role. They just want me there as a symbol, the inheritor blessing their new beginning. I haven't decided yet. Part of me wants nothing to do with it. This whole thing is based on a lie, even if it's a lie that people have chosen to believe. But another part of me is curious to see what they've built from the scraps of nonsense I fed them. And maybe, just maybe, there's a part of me that wonders if Diane was right. Maybe inventing something and channeling truth aren't mutually exclusive. Maybe the convergence is real in the only way that matters. Real because people believe it's real, because it affects their lives, because it creates community and meaning. I still have some of Grandfather's collection, pieces I never sold. Sometimes I look at them and try to see what the convergence see, try to feel whatever energy they claim to perceive. I never do. They're just weird objects to me, nothing more. But then, I remember Marcus's face the first time he saw the statues, the reverence in his touch. I remember the crowd at the fourth opening, hundreds of people standing in a muddy field in the rain, because they believed something important was happening. I remember the emails from people saying the convergence helped them find purpose after years of feeling lost. I made all that possible by lying about a statue on eBay. I created a religion by accident while trying to make rent. And now thousands of people structure their lives around beliefs that started as my random bullshit. Is that horrifying or amazing? I genuinely can't tell. The groundbreaking ceremony is next month. They've sent me plane tickets and a hotel reservation. No pressure, the email said. We'd just be honored by your presence. I've got the tickets sitting on my desk, staring at them every day trying to decide. My therapist says I should go. She thinks I need closure, need to accept what I've created, and make peace with it. My friends say I should stay far away, that it's weird, and I'm not responsible for other people's delusions. My parents don't know any of this happened. They think I sold grandfather's junk and got a normal job. I did get a normal job, actually. I work in actual marketing now, helping companies sell real products with honest descriptions. I'm good at it because I learned firsthand how powerful storytelling can be, how the right narrative can make people see value where none existed before. Every day I help brands craft their messages, and every day I think about the convergence. The difference is supposed to be that my work now is honest and transparent. But is it really? We were still shaping perception, still creating desire for things people don't need. The line between marketing and manipulation has always been blurry. Maybe that's what grandfather was trying to teach me, assuming he was trying to teach me anything. Maybe he wanted someone to understand how thin the line is between faith and fraud, between authentic spirituality and invented mythology. Maybe his whole collection was a lesson in how easily humans create and accept belief systems. Or maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe he was just a weird old man who bought weird stuff, and I'm the one who turned it into something it was never meant to be. I've written and deleted a dozen confessions, ready to post the whole truth online and destroy the convergence with facts. But I never hit send, because what would that accomplish? The people who believe would rationalize it somehow. The people who are skeptical already assume it's nonsense. Nothing would change except maybe I'd hurt people who found something meaningful in the community they've built. So, I sit with this knowledge, this weird guilt and pride and confusion about what I've accidentally created. I'm the founder of a religion I don't believe in, the prophet of a faith built on eBay listings and improvised rituals. And I don't know if that makes me a monster or just human. The convergence believe I'm on a journey, that my doubt and withdrawal are part of some greater pattern. They believe I'll return when the time is right, when I've learned whatever lessons I need to learn. They have faith in my eventual transformation. They're wrong, of course. I'm not on a spiritual journey. I'm just a guy who accidentally started a cult and doesn't know how to stop it. But their belief persists regardless of truth, which I guess proves something about the nature of belief itself. Next month, there will be a ceremony marking the beginning of a permanent convergence center. Hundreds of people will gather to celebrate the formalization of something I made up to sell a creepy statue. They'll perform rituals I invented, speak phrases that meant nothing when I first read them, and find meaning in the meaningless. And I'll decide whether to be there. The inheritor, watching his inheritance take physical form. The reluctant prophet, witnessing a miracle he knows is just a trick. The accidental founder of a faith built on fiction, wondering if maybe fiction believed strongly enough becomes its own kind of truth. Grandfather's journal is still on my desk next to those plane tickets. Sometimes I open it and read his careful observations about belief, ritual, and the human need for meaning. Sometimes I think he'd be proud of what I've done. Sometimes I think he'd be horrified. Mostly, I think he'd laugh. And maybe that's the most honest response to all of this. The cosmic joke of a religion founded on a lie that helped people find truth. The absurdity of meaning emerging from nonsense. The strange beauty of faith that persists despite reason. I've got 2 weeks to decide about the ceremony. 2 weeks to choose whether I'm the inheritor or just a guy named Kyle who sold some weird statues. 2 weeks to make peace with the fact that those two things might not be mutually exclusive after all. The convergence is real. I know because I created it. And that's the paradox I'll carry forever. The knowledge that something completely made up can become genuinely meaningful through the alchemy of human belief. I accidentally started a cult, and I still don't know if I should apologize or take a bow. Story 6. I needed a job badly when I applied to the Grandview Hotel. I'd been unemployed for 4 months after my previous company downsized, and my savings were nearly gone. The night auditor position seemed perfect. Decent pay, overnight shift, which meant fewer people to deal with, and the hotel was only 10 minutes from my apartment. I applied on a Monday and was told to start that Friday. No formal interview, just a phone call asking if I could work nights and handle basic computer systems. I should have found that suspicious, but I was desperate. The Grandview Hotel is one of those mid-range places you see off highways. Not fancy enough to be memorable, but nice enough that business travelers don't feel like they're slumming it. 8 floors, about 200 rooms, a small restaurant that closes at 9 p.m., and a lobby that tries too hard to look upscale with its fake marble floors and generic landscape paintings. My first shift started at 11 p.m. The evening manager, a tired-looking woman named Patricia, gave me a quick rundown of the systems. Check-ins after 11 are rare, but possible. Run the night audit reports at 3 a.m. Handle any guest issues that come up. Call her cell if there's an emergency. She handed me a binder full of procedures, showed me how to work the phone system, and left by 11:30. The lobby was quiet. I spent the first hour familiarizing myself with the computer system, reading through the procedure binder, and exploring the front desk area. Everything seemed standard. Around 1 a.m., a couple checked in, exhausted from driving. I processed their reservation, gave them their keys, and they disappeared into the elevator. Easy enough. At 2 a.m., I noticed something odd in the reservation system. There were 43 rooms, marked as occupied. But when I pulled up the guest list, I only saw 28 names. I assumed it was a system error. Maybe rooms marked dirty that hadn't been updated. I made a note to ask Patricia about it the next night. The night audit process at 3 a.m. was automated, mostly just babysitting the computer while it ran reports. While I waited, I scrolled through the guest list more carefully. That's when I noticed the names. Most were normal, typical business travelers and tourists. But 7 guests had unusual entries. Their names were listed as Room 237 guest, Room 412 guest, Room 681 guest, and so on. No actual names, just their room numbers. Their check-in dates went back months. One said check-in date was 9 months ago. Nobody stays in a hotel for 9 months. I figured these had to be long-term corporate rentals or something, but it was weird that they weren't listed with actual names. I checked the rate codes. They weren't being charged. The room charges showed $0 per night. I heard the elevator ding. It was 3:30 in the morning, and I watched the floor indicator lights descend from 8 to the lobby. The doors opened, but nobody got out. I waited, watching the empty elevator for a solid minute before the doors closed again, and it returned to the 8th floor. At 4 a.m., a guest came down asking for extra towels. I got them from the housekeeping closet behind the desk. He was staying in room 534, and when I pulled up his reservation to make a note about the towels, I noticed his checkout date was listed as December 1st. It was currently June 18th. I asked him how long he was planning to stay. "Oh, just tonight, leaving first thing in the morning." I nodded and smiled, didn't mention the system showing him checked in for another 5.5 months. Another glitch, probably. Hotels have notoriously bad software. The rest of the shift was quiet. Patricia came in at 7 a.m. to relieve me. I mentioned the system oddities, the missing guest names, the weird checkout dates. She laughed it off. "Yeah, our system is ancient. Don't worry about those ghost entries. They're just placeholder reservations that never got deleted properly. I've been trying to get corporate to upgrade our software for 2 years." That explanation made sense. I went home, slept through the day, and came back that night ready to not overthink things. My second shift started normally. A few guests came through the lobby heading out for dinner, or coming back from business meetings. I processed 1 check-in. a businessman who seemed irritated about something but wouldn't say what. Around midnight, I decided to walk the property like the procedure binder suggested, just to make sure everything was secure. The hotel was eerily quiet. I walked past the restaurant, dark and empty, past the fitness center, lights off. I took the elevator to the second floor and walked the hallway. Every few rooms I'd hear televisions or voices, normal guest sounds. But some hallways were completely silent, in a way that felt heavy, oppressive. On the fourth floor, I passed room 412, one of the rooms with a generic guest name in the system. I could hear music playing inside, big band jazz from the sound of it. I almost knocked to tell them to keep it down, but I checked my watch. It was 12:30 a.m. That wasn't late enough to enforce quiet hours. On the 6th floor, I found a room service tray sitting outside room 618. The food looked fresh, steam still rising from the coffee cup. But room service had closed at 9 p.m. I picked up the tray to take it back to the kitchen and noticed the plate. The food was arranged but completely untouched, like it had been delivered and immediately set outside without anyone eating a single bite. I took the tray downstairs and left it in the kitchen. When I got back to the desk, there was a note in the key slot for room 618. Handwritten, it said, "Please do not disturb room 618 under any circumstances. Guest requests absolute privacy." The handwriting was old-fashioned, careful cursive that nobody uses anymore. I checked the system. Room 619 was one of the long-term guests with no name, showing a check-in date from 4 months ago. At 3 a.m. while running the audit, I decided to investigate further. I pulled up the billing history for the mysterious long-term rooms. They all showed the same pattern. 0 charges for the room, but regular charges for room service, laundry, and other hotel services. Thousands of dollars in charges over months, but no record of payment. The balances just kept accumulating. How was the hotel still operating if they had guests running up massive bills with no payment? I checked the corporate contact information in the binder, thinking I should report this as possible fraud, but the corporate number listed was disconnected. The email address bounced back. I called Patricia's cell, even though it was 3 a.m. "Hi, sorry to wake you, but I'm seeing some concerning things in the billing system. Multiple rooms with huge unpaid balances, and I can't reach corporate to report it." There was a long pause. Then Patricia's voice, carefully controlled. "Don't worry about those rooms. They're handled separately. Corporate knows about them. Just process the charges and don't think about it too much. And maybe don't call me at 3 a.m. unless it's a real emergency. Okay?" She hung up before I could ask more questions. The rest of the night I kept thinking about those rooms. 7 of them, scattered across different floors. Guests who never checked out, never paid, never seemed to leave. I pulled up the security camera feeds on the computer. The system was old and half the cameras didn't work, but I could see the lobby, the elevator area, and a few hallway angles. I rewound the footage from earlier in the evening, watching the elevator. Guests came and went normally, but then I noticed something. At 9:47 p.m., a woman got on the elevator on the lobby level. I watched the floor indicator. She went to the 6th floor. I switched to the 6th floor hallway camera, waiting to see her exit. The elevator arrived. The doors opened. Nobody got out. I watched for 5 minutes. The elevator doors finally closed, and it returned to the lobby. Empty. I checked the lobby footage again. The woman definitely got on. I could see her clearly. Middle-aged, wearing a blue dress, carrying a purse. She pressed the button for the 6th floor, but she never got off. I started checking more elevator footage, going back weeks since the system stored video for 90 days. I found dozens of instances of people getting on the elevator and not getting off. Always going to floors 4, 6, or 8. Always disappearing somewhere between the lobby and their destination. At 5 a.m., I heard footsteps in the lobby. I looked up from the computer to see a man in a suit standing near the door staring at me. I hadn't heard him approach. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Working hard? Just finishing up the audit. Can I help you with something? I'm in room 804. Just wanted to let you know I'll be extending my stay indefinitely. Please update my checkout date accordingly. I pulled up the reservations, searching for room 804. It was one of the mystery rooms, listed as occupied since 8 months ago. Of course. How long would you like to extend? Indefinitely, as I said. Just remove the checkout date entirely. Sir, I need to have at least an estimated date in the system. Is it a few more days? Weeks? His smile widened. There is no checkout date. I won't be leaving. None of us will. He turned and walked to the elevator. I watched him press the button, get inside, and the doors close. I switched to the camera view. The elevator went to the 8th floor. The doors opened. He didn't get out. The elevator was empty. I sat there shaking, trying to rationalize what I'd just seen. Maybe he'd gotten out too fast for the camera to catch. Maybe the camera had a delay. Maybe I was so tired I was seeing things wrong. But I knew what I'd seen. I'd watched him disappear. Patricia arrived at 7 a.m. I tried to tell her about the man from 804, about the elevator footage, about all of it. She cut me off. Look, I'm going to be straight with you because you seem like a decent person, and I don't want you freaking out. This hotel has some long-term guests who are very private. They pay their bills through a separate arrangement with the original owner. They don't like being disturbed or talked about. Your job is to work the desk, run the audit, and ignore anything unusual. Can you do that? What do you mean unusual? People are disappearing in the elevators. The system shows guests who have been here for months. That man from 804 told me none of them are ever leaving. Patricia sighed. The Grandview has a complicated history. It was built in 1924 and has been operating continuously since then, mostly under the same family ownership until about 10 years ago, when it was sold to a corporate chain. But the sale came with conditions. Certain rooms had to remain available for specific long-term guests in perpetuity. Those guests have certain privileges and expect certain courtesies, including not being questioned about their stay. Are you telling me this hotel has permanent residents? Something like that. Look, they don't cause problems. They keep to themselves. You'll probably never see most of them. Just let them be, charge their services to their rooms, and don't ask questions. The pay is good, right? The work is easy. Don't complicate things. She left me standing there, processing what she'd said. Permanent residents in a hotel. Guests who disappeared in elevators. A system showing impossible checkout dates. None of it made sense, but apparently it wasn't supposed to make sense. I was just supposed to accept it and cash my paychecks. I went home that morning and immediately started researching the Grandview Hotel. I found some basic information, history of the building, mentions of it changing ownership, standard tourism website listings. Nothing unusual. But then I dug deeper, searching old newspaper archives at the library. That's when I found the articles. In 1947, a guest had died in room 412. Heart attack, nothing suspicious. In 1959, a woman had died in room 237. Accidental overdose. In 1963, room 618. In 1971, room 681. In 1982, room 804. All deaths, all different causes, all ruled as natural or accidental. 7 deaths over 40 years, each one in a different room. The same 7 rooms that now showed mysterious long-term guests in the system. I looked up the original owner, Marcus Grandview. He'd built the hotel and run it until his death in 1989. According to his obituary, he'd been an eccentric man, interested in spiritualism and the occult. He'd reportedly held seances in the hotel and claimed the building was constructed on a spiritually significant site. His will had been contested by his children because of an unusual clause. He'd left the hotel to his eldest son, but with the stipulation that 7 specific rooms be maintained in perpetuity for guests who had died on the premises, with all services provided at no charge. His children had argued this was evidence of mental incompetence, but the court had upheld the will. The rooms were to be kept available, charges were to be accrued but never collected, and the guests were never to be disturbed. The hotel had operated under these conditions for decades until the family finally sold it. Apparently, the corporate chain that bought it had agreed to maintain the arrangement as part of the purchase agreement. So, I was working in a hotel that was legally obligated to provide services to ghosts. I almost didn't go back for my 3rd shift, but I needed the money, and honestly, I was curious. If this was real, if there were actual ghosts staying in those rooms, I wanted to understand it. That night, I made a decision. I was going to knock on one of those doors. At 2 a.m., when the lobby was empty, I took the master key and went to the 4th floor, room 412, where I'd heard the jazz music. I stood outside the door for a full minute, gathering courage. Then I knocked. The music stopped. Footsteps approached the door from inside. The peephole darkened as someone looked through it. Then a voice, muffled by the door, but clear enough. "Who is it?" "Front desk. I'm sorry to disturb you, but we need to verify some information on your account." A pause. Then, "I don't recall requesting any account services. It's just routine, sir. Won't take more than a minute." Another pause. Longer this time. Finally, "I prefer not to be disturbed. Please conduct any necessary business through written correspondence slipped under the door." I could work with that. "Sir, I apologize, but I'm new here, and I'm trying to understand the hotel's policies regarding long-term guests. Would you be willing to answer a few questions?" Silence. I thought he'd refuse, but then what kind of questions? "How long have you been staying here?" "Since 1947. My throat went dry. "And you're comfortable with the accommodations?" "The room suits me well enough. The music selection has improved over the years. I appreciate the satellite radio, better than the radio shows we had in my time, though I do miss some of the old programs." "Why do you stay here? Where else would I go?" "This is my home now. When I died in this room, something held me here." Mr. Grandview, the original owner, he understood what had happened. He made arrangements to ensure we'd be cared for. It was quite kind of him, really. Many establishments would have tried to exorcise us, or ignored our needs entirely. How many of you are there? 7. We each died in our respective rooms under various circumstances. We found we couldn't leave, couldn't move on. We're bound to these rooms somehow. Mr. Grandview made sure we'd be comfortable during our extended stay. Do you ever leave your room? Some of us do, occasionally. The hallways, the elevator, sometimes the lobby late at night. It takes energy, and we're not always successful. Sometimes people see us, sometimes they don't. We try not to frighten the living guests. What about the people I see getting on the elevator but not getting off? Ah, yes. That's us attempting to travel between floors. We manifest in the elevator ride to our floor and dematerialize before exiting. It must look quite strange on your cameras. I apologize for any confusion. I stood there with my hands still on the door, my mind reeling. This was a rational conversation with a ghost. He was polite, articulate, and apparently bored after 70+ years in a hotel room. Do you need anything? I found myself asking. The gentleman behind the door chuckled. How thoughtful. I do enjoy the jazz station on the radio, and room service, when they remember to prepare it properly. The current chef doesn't know how to make a decent Manhattan, but I've learned to lower my expectations. The world has changed considerably since my time. I'll make a note about the Manhattan. Is there anything else? Perhaps some fresh reading material? I've been working through the newspaper archives, but I'd appreciate some contemporary literature, something modern, to help me understand the current era. I'll bring you some books tomorrow night. That would be much appreciated. And young man, thank you for treating this situation with courtesy. Many of your predecessors simply refused to acknowledge our existence. I returned to the lobby with my hands shaking. I'd just had a conversation with a man who died in 1947. I'd promised to bring him books. The rest of the shift I spent processing what I'd learned. There were 7 ghosts living in the hotel. They died here and couldn't leave. They were aware of their situation and had adapted to it as best they could. They ordered room service, listened to music, read, and tried to coexist with the living guests. And the hotel just accommodated them, charged their meals to rooms that would never be paid, provided services to customers who were literally dead. All because of a promise made by the original owner. Over the next few weeks, I got to know them. Not all at once. They were cautious at first, but gradually they warmed to having someone who acknowledged them. Room 237 was occupied by Eleanor, who died in 1959 from an accidental overdose of sleeping pills. She was lonely and chatty, often slipping notes under her door filled with observations about the hotel, the guests, life in general. She'd been a writer in life and continued to write in death, filling notebooks with stories that nobody would ever publish. Room 618 was Thomas, a businessman who died of a stroke in 1963. He was formal and reserved, but appreciated conversations about current events. I'd bring him newspapers, and we'd discuss politics through the door. He was fascinated by how much the world had changed. Room 681 was Maria, a young woman who died in a car accident after leaving the hotel in 1971. Her ghost had returned to her room, drawn back to the last place she'd been happy. She was the one who ordered room service regularly, still trying to recreate the experience of living. Room 804 was the man I'd met in the lobby, Jonathan. He died in 1982 and was the most comfortable with his situation. He'd sometimes appear in the lobby late at night, always well-dressed, always polite. We'd chat about the hotel's operations, and he'd share stories about the other long-term guests. There were 3 others who rarely communicated. They kept to their rooms, ordered minimal services, and seemed lost in their own afterlives. I settled into a routine, work the desk, run the audit, check on the ghost guests, bring them things they requested. Books, newspapers, specific radio stations, particular foods from room service that I'd prepare myself since the kitchen was closed. It was the strangest job I'd ever had, but also the most rewarding. These people, or whatever they were, had been ignored and isolated for decades. Having someone treat them as valued guests, rather than inconvenient anomalies, meant something to them. Patricia eventually explained the full situation. The hotel struggled financially, partly because they had 7 rooms that generated expenses, but no revenue. Corporate had wanted to close those rooms, repurpose them, or renovate the floors. But the legal agreement was ironclad. The family trust that had sold the hotel would take it back if the terms weren't honored. So corporate grudgingly maintained the arrangement, assigning night auditors who could handle the unusual situation. I asked why she hadn't explained this from the start. Most people quit immediately when they find out. We've had 17 night auditors in the last 5 years. They either freak out and leave, or they stick around but treat the ghost guests badly, complaining about the extra work. You're the first one who actually seems to care about them. I did care. These were people who died unexpectedly and found themselves trapped in a kind of limbo. They deserved dignity and respect, not to be treated as nuisances or ignored entirely. I've been working at the Grandview for 6 months now. I know all 7 long-term guests by name. I know their preferences, their routines, their stories. I bring Eleanor new notebooks when she fills the old ones. I discuss world events with Thomas. I make sure Maria's room service orders are prepared exactly how she likes them. I play chess with Jonathan through written moves slipped under his door. The other hotel staff think I'm weird for engaging with the ghost guests, but they also appreciate that someone's handling it. The guests certainly appreciate it. Last week, I found a note at the front desk, signed by all 7 of them, thanking me for my kindness and consideration. It's not the job I expected when I applied to be a night auditor, but it's the job I have. And strange as it is, I've found purpose in it. These people died alone in hotel rooms and stayed alone for decades. Now they have someone who treats them like the guests they are, someone who remembers their names and cares about their comfort. The Grandview Hotel doesn't want guests to leave. Not these particular 7 anyway. And I've stopped thinking of that as a problem. Instead, I think of it as a promise being kept, a kindness being maintained, a small corner of the world where death doesn't mean being forgotten. I work the night shift at a hotel that provides services to ghosts. It's weird. It's probably not on my career path, but it's honest work. And somewhere, I think Marcus Grandview is pleased that someone's still honoring his commitment to the guests who couldn't check out. Story 7. This is going to sound crazy, and I'm probably going to end up on some kind of watch list for posting this, but I need to tell someone what I've discovered. For the past 6 months, I've been documenting a jogger who runs through my neighborhood every single day, and I've compiled evidence that suggests something deeply wrong is happening. I don't know if it's a crime, a conspiracy, or something else entirely, but I can't ignore it anymore. Let me start from the beginning. I live in a quiet, suburban neighborhood in New Jersey, the kind of place where nothing interesting ever happens. Tree-lined streets, well-maintained houses, people who wave at each other from their front porches. I work from home as a software developer, and my office window faces the street. I spend a lot of time at staring out that window during breaks, watching the neighborhood go by. About 6 months ago, I noticed a jogger who ran past my house every day at exactly 6:47 a.m. I only noticed because of the precision. I'm talking within seconds of the same time every single day. I'm an early riser, and I'm usually at my desk by 6:30, so I started paying attention. Sure enough, every morning at 6:47, this jogger would run past. He was a white man, appeared to be in his 40s, average build, wearing typical running gear. Nothing unusual about him except for that clockwork timing. Most joggers vary their schedules by at least a few minutes, depending on when they wake up, traffic lights, whatever. But this guy was precise to an almost mechanical degree. I'm a data person by nature and by profession, so I started keeping a log. Just for fun at first, documenting what time he passed and what he was wearing. After 2 weeks of perfect 6:47 a.m. appearances, I got more interested. I started noting more details. His route, his pace, what he was carrying. That's when I noticed the first strange thing. He always carried the same black drawstring backpack. Now, lots of joggers carry small bags for water, keys, a phone. But this bag seemed too large for that. It bounced against his back as he ran, and clearly had some weight to it. I wondered what he was carrying that was important enough to haul along on a daily run. After a month of observations, I decided to actually track his route. I got in my car one morning and followed him at a distance. He ran through the neighborhood, took a left on Maple Street, crossed through the park, and ended up at a small office building about 2 miles away. He went inside through a side entrance, and that was it. I waited for an hour, but he didn't come back out. At least not in his running gear. I looked up the building. It was a generic office complex, the kind that houses small businesses, insurance agents, accountants, dentists. The directory listed 12 different companies. No way to know which one he worked for or what he was doing there. I went back to just observing from my window. But now I had more questions. Why run to work every day with a weighted bag? Why not drive or take public transit like a normal person? Why the extreme punctuality? In month 2, I noticed he always wore the same shoes. Bright blue running shoes that were distinctive enough to identify from a distance. I'm not a runner, but I know shoes wear out. Yet month after month, the same shoes, looking neither particularly worn nor particularly new. Just the same. I started photographing him. Just quick shots through my window when he passed. I told myself it was for the log, for documentation purposes. I built a spreadsheet tracking every detail I could observe. Date, time, weather conditions, what he wore, the bag, the shoes, his pace, his expression. That's when I noticed his face never changed. I don't mean he looked the same day to day. I mean his expression was identical. Neutral, focused, looking straight ahead. In 6 months of daily observations, I never once saw him smile, frown, look tired, look energized. Nothing. The same blank expression every single day. I started checking weather. He ran in rain, snow, heat. Didn't matter. We had a blizzard in January that dumped 14 inches of snow. The streets were barely passable. I watched out my window that morning thinking surely he wouldn't run in this. At 6:47 a.m., exactly, there he was, running through snow that came up to his ankles. Same pace, same expression, same bag. That bothered me more than it should have. Who runs in a blizzard with that kind of dedication? I started thinking maybe he was training for something, an ultramarathon or military fitness test. But 6 months is a long time to maintain that exact routine without variation. In month 3, I did something I'm not proud of. I created a fake jogging routine of my own, timing it so I'd be running in the opposite direction when he passed. I wanted to see him up close, maybe exchange a nod or a wave like runners do. We passed each other on Maple Street. I nodded at him, tried to make eye contact. He looked right through me, didn't acknowledge my existence at all. His eyes were focused on some point in the distance, and he just ran past like I was invisible. I turned around and watched him continue down the street. Same mechanical pace, never varying. I tried this 3 more times over the next week, even positioning myself directly in his path, once so he'd have to go around me. He adjusted his route by exactly the minimum distance needed to avoid me, and kept running. No frustration, no acknowledgement, nothing. I started asking neighbors if they knew him. Nobody did. Nobody had even noticed him, which surprised me given how regular his schedule was. I posted on the neighborhood Facebook group asking if anyone knew the jogger who ran past every morning. One person said they'd seen him but didn't know who he was. Everyone else said they'd never noticed. Month 4 is when I got obsessive. I started waking up earlier to see where he came from. I'd position myself at different points in the neighborhood to track his route more completely. I mapped it out. He always ran the exact same path, down to which side of the street he used, which crosswalks he took. Everything identical day after day. I followed him to the office building again, this time going inside after he entered. I checked the directory more carefully. I went floor by floor, looking for any sign of him. Nothing. I asked the security guard in the lobby if he'd seen a jogger in a blue shirt and blue shoes come through. The guard looked at me like I was crazy and said he hadn't seen anyone matching that description. But I'd watched him enter the building 5 minutes earlier. Where had he gone? I started arriving before 6:47 a.m. and watching the side entrance. Sure enough, he'd jog up right on schedule and go through the door. I went in immediately after him one day. The entrance led to a stairwell and a hallway with offices. I checked every door. All locked. I ran up the stairs. Nothing. The guy had just vanished. This is when I really started to spiral. I convinced myself there was something wrong, something off about this whole situation. A man who runs the exact same route, at the exact same time every day for months, wearing the same clothes and shoes, carrying a mysterious bag, never showing any emotion or awareness of his surroundings, and disappearing into a building where nobody admits to seeing him. I filed a police report, told them I was concerned about suspicious activity in the neighborhood, a person who might be casing houses or planning something. The officer who took my report was polite, but clearly thought I was wasting his time. He said jogging isn't illegal, and unless I had evidence of an actual crime, there was nothing they could do. He suggested I had too much time on my hands. Maybe he was right. But I couldn't stop, Hinthy. 5. I bought a better camera with a zoom lens. I sat up by my window every morning and took detailed photos. I wanted to see what was in that bag, what expression he made when he thought nobody was watching, anything that might explain this. The photos were clear, high quality, and they revealed something that made my blood run cold. In every single photo, his face was slightly blurred. Not motion blur. I was using a fast shutter speed. It was like his features refused to be captured clearly. I could see he was a white man in his 40s, but I couldn't make out specific details. His face was like a composite of 1,000 similar faces, generic and unmemorable. I compared photos from different days. The blur was consistent. His body was in perfect focus. His clothes were sharp. His shoes were clear, but his face was always slightly off. Like my camera couldn't quite lock onto his features. I tried video instead. Set up a camera on a tripod and recorded him running past. Reviewed the footage frame by frame. Same issue. His face appeared, but remained indistinct. I tried different cameras, different angles, different lighting. Always the same result. That's when I started researching. I dove into forums about surveillance, photography, facial recognition. I found some discussions about how certain materials can interfere with cameras, how some people naturally photograph poorly, but nothing that explained this specific phenomenon. Then I found something else. A forum post from 3 years ago in a true crime discussion board. Someone in Ohio had posted about a jogger in their neighborhood who exhibited similar behavior. Same precision timing, same mechanical routine, same difficulty capturing clear photos. The poster had been tracking the jogger for months and was convinced something was wrong. The thread had about 20 responses before it was locked. Most people called the poster paranoid or creepy for stalking a random jogger. But a few responses caught my attention. 2 other people said they'd noticed similar joggers in their own cities, one in Colorado and one in Georgia. Same general description, same mysterious routine, same photographic anomaly. I reached out to these people through private messages. Only one responded, the person from Colorado. Her name was Sarah, and she'd been tracking her local jogger for almost a year. We compared notes. The similarities were striking. Same time precision, same expressionless face, same problematic photos, same disappearing act into office buildings. Sarah had gone further than me. She'd hired a private investigator to identify her jogger. The PI had followed him, taken photos, tried to find out who he was. After 3 weeks, the PI had dropped the case and refunded her money. He told her he couldn't get clear photos, couldn't track where the jogger went after entering buildings, and frankly, found the whole situation unsettling enough that he didn't want to continue. We started collaborating, sharing observations and theories. Were these people part of some training program? Undercover agents of some kind? Test subjects for an experiment? Nothing made sense. Then Sarah found something. She'd done a deep dive into local news around the time her jogger had first appeared. There had been a small article about a new corporate wellness initiative in her city, some tech company promoting healthy lifestyles by hiring people to jog through neighborhoods as a motivational example for residents. The program was called Health Track Initiative. I searched for similar programs in my area, found one article from 8 months ago, right before my jogger appeared. Same program name, same vague description of promoting community wellness through visible healthy examples. I looked up the company behind HealthTrack. The website was professional, but sparse. Stock photos of people exercising, generic mission statements about improving public health, a contact form, but no phone number or physical address. The domain registration was private. The company claimed to operate in 12 cities across the US. Sarah and I compared the cities where we'd found reports of mysterious joggers with the cities where HealthTrack claimed to operate. Perfect match. So these joggers were hired by HealthTrack. That explained the routine, the dedication. They were being paid to jog specific routes at specific times, but it didn't explain the photographic anomaly, the expressionless faces, the disappearing act, or why the company was so secretive. I tried calling the contact form number that popped up after submission. Disconnected. I tried emailing. No response. I looked for the company registration, business licenses, anything official. Nothing. HealthTrack Initiative didn't exist in any legal database I could find. Month 6, last week, I decided to do something drastic. I went to the office building early and set up inside the stairwell, where I could see the side entrance. I brought supplies to wait all day if necessary. I wanted to see where he went after entering. He arrived at 6:47 a.m. as always. Came through the door. Started up the stairs. I was hiding one flight up, watching through the gap in the railing. He reached the second-floor landing and stopped. Just stood there for about 30 seconds, completely still. Then he reached up and touched his face. I swear, this is what I saw. He put his fingers to his cheek, and the skin moved wrong, like it was a mask. He peeled it partially back, and underneath was something else. Something that didn't look quite human. The features were too smooth, too symmetrical. The eyes were wrong. I must have made a sound, because he looked directly at where I was hiding. Put the face back in place, smoothed it down. Then he smiled at me, and it was the most artificial smile I'd ever seen, like someone who'd learned what a smile was supposed to look like, but didn't understand the emotion behind it. He spoke. You shouldn't be here. This doesn't concern you. The voice was off too, flat and modulated like a text-to-speech program trying to sound human. What are you? I asked, my voice shaking. I'm helping. We're all helping. The HealthTrack Initiative is about more than wellness. It's about integration, observation, normalization. You've been watching me, that's unfortunate. Most people don't notice. Most people are too absorbed in their own lives to see us. But you saw. You documented. That complicates things. He started walking up the stairs toward me. I ran, burst out of the stairwell and into the main building, looking for people, witnesses, anyone. The building was empty. At 7 in the morning, an office building in active use should have had early arrivals. Cleaning staff, someone. There was nobody. I ran outside to my car and drove home, shaking. I pulled up my documentation, my spreadsheet, my photos. I needed evidence of what I'd seen. But when I opened the files, they were corrupted. Every photo was now completely blurred. Not just his face, but his entire body. The spreadsheet cells showed error messages. My notes were gibberish, like they'd been encrypted. Only my memory remained, and already I was questioning what I'd seen. Had I imagined it? Had the stress of 6 months of obsessive observation finally broken my brain? But then I got an email. No sender name, just a string of numbers. The message was brief. Your concern for community wellness is noted. The Health Track Initiative appreciates engaged citizens. However, your participation in our program is not required. Please resume normal activities. Continued observation may result in corrective measures. I haven't seen the jogger since that day. For the past week, my street has been empty at 6:47 a.m. I keep watching, waiting, but he's gone. Sarah emailed me yesterday. Her jogger disappeared too, same day as mine. She'd also received a threatening email. She's scared and wants to stop investigating. I don't blame her, but I can't stop thinking about what he said. Integration, observation, normalization. What does that mean? Are there more of them? The Health Track website claimed to operate in 12 cities. Are there 12 of these things running mechanical routes being seen but not noticed by thousands of people every day? And what are they observing? Us? Our habits? Our routines? Our neighborhoods? For what purpose? I tried reporting this to someone official, anyone who might listen. I called the FBI tip line and tried to explain. They were polite, but dismissive. Without evidence, without a clear crime, there was nothing they could investigate. I sounded like a conspiracy theorist, and I knew it. I'm posting this here because I don't know what else to do. Maybe someone else has seen similar joggers in their city. Maybe someone has better ideas for how to investigate this. Maybe I'm completely insane and this is all in my head. But I don't think it is. I think I stumbled onto something real. Something that's been hiding in plain sight by being so boringly consistent that nobody bothered to look twice. A man jogging through the neighborhood at the same time every day is so normal that it becomes invisible. That's genius, really. The perfect cover is not to hide, but to be so predictable, so routine, that you become part of the background noise of daily life. Who looks twice at a jogger? Who questions someone pursuing fitness with dedication? Nobody. Until someone like me gets bored and starts paying too much attention. I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know if I'm in danger, or if they'll leave me alone now that I've stopped watching. I don't know if there are more of them, or what they're really doing. What I do know is that for 6 months, I watched something pretending to be human run past my house every single morning. I know that whatever it wasn't alone. I know that there's an organization, real or fake, facilitating this. And I know that they don't want to be noticed. So, I'm telling everyone. I'm posting this everywhere I can think of. If they wanted me to stay quiet, threatening me was the wrong approach. If I'm going to be on a list anyway, I might as well make noise. If you see a jogger in your neighborhood who runs at exactly the same time every day, who never varies their routine, whose face you can never quite remember clearly even after seeing them dozens of times, pay attention. Document them. Take photos. Compare notes with others. We might be looking at something unprecedented. Or I might be having a breakdown and seeing patterns where none exist. But either way, I had to share this. The neighborhood is quiet now. My morning routine has lost its focal point. I still sit at my desk at 6:30 a.m. and watch the street, but it stays empty. Part of me misses the certainty of his appearance, the predictability I'd built my mornings around. Most of me is terrified of what I saw in that stairwell, of what it means if it was real. I've started noticing other regular occurrences in the neighborhood with new suspicion. The mail carrier who arrives at exactly 2:15 p.m., the woman who walks her dog past my house at 5:30 p.m. every evening, the recycling truck that comes every Tuesday at 7 a.m. on the dot. Are they all just normal people with routines? Or are some of them like the jogger? Something else wearing a convincing disguise? I'm probably paranoid now. That's what happens when you stare into the mundane long enough and find something looking back. You start questioning everything, seeing potential threats in every regular occurrence. But I can't shake what I saw. The way his face moved when he touched it. The inhuman quality of his smile. The flat modulation of his voice. The way my documentation mysteriously corrupted the same day he confronted me. Sarah and I still email occasionally. She's trying to move on, get back to normal life. But she admitted she can't help scanning crowds for others like our joggers, wondering how many of them are out there, wondering what they're really doing. I've thought about moving, leaving the neighborhood entirely. But what good would that do? If this is happening in 12 cities, maybe it's happening everywhere. Maybe running away just means encountering different ones. And at least here, I know what to look for. Or maybe I should hope I never see anything like this again. Maybe the smart thing is to take their advice, resume normal activities, stop looking too closely at the world around me. But I'm not built that way. I'm a data person. I notice patterns. I ask questions. And now that I know what's possible, I can't unknow it. So, I'll keep watching my street at 6:47 a.m. I'll keep documenting what I see, even if it's just normal people going about their normal routines. I'll keep looking for signs of Health Track Initiative, whatever it really is. And if the jogger comes back, I'll be ready. I'll have better cameras, better documentation methods, maybe even backup observers. I made mistakes in my first investigation, got too close too fast without enough preparation. Next time will be different. If there is a next time. Sometimes I hope there isn't. Sometimes I hope I was wrong about everything, that it was a trick of light, or a stress-induced hallucination, that the jogger was just a dedicated runner who happened to be camera-shy, and I built a conspiracy theory out of normal coincidences. But late at night, when I review my corrupted files and think about that artificial smile and modulated voice, I know what I saw was real. There are things living among us that aren't quite human. They're running through our neighborhoods, being seen, but not noticed. They're observing us, integrating themselves into our daily patterns, and they're protected by our own tendency to ignore anything that seems too routine, too boring, too normal to warrant a second glance. The jogger is gone, but I don't think the program is over. I think they'll be more careful now. I think they'll send someone new, someone whose route doesn't pass my house, someone who won't attract the attention of bored software developers with too much time and too much curiosity, and that terrifies me more than anything. Not that they exist, but that they'll get better at hiding, that my investigation might have just taught them to be more careful, to avoid creating patterns that people like me might notice. I didn't mean to make things worse. I just wanted to understand what I was seeing. Now I understand too much, and can do nothing with that knowledge except watch, wait, and wonder how many of them are out there, running their routes, living their routines, pretending to be human, while they do whatever it is they were sent here to do. The Health Track Initiative is still out there. The joggers are still running, and I'm still watching, even though I'm not sure anymore if that's brave or foolish. Maybe it's both. All I know is I can't stop. I saw behind the mask, and now everything looks different. Every regular occurrence is suspicious. Every routine behavior might be a cover. Every familiar face might be hiding something that isn't really a face at all. This is my life now. Watching, documenting, wondering, waiting for the jogger to return, or for something else to reveal itself. Living in a world where the mundane might be a disguise for something extraordinary and possibly dangerous. I never asked for this. I just noticed a punctual jogger and got curious. But now I'm in too deep to turn back. And somewhere out there, in 11 other cities, maybe other people are having the same realization I had. Maybe they're posting their own stories, drawing their own conclusions. Maybe together we'll figure out what this is. Or maybe we're all just paranoid, seeing patterns and randomness, building conspiracies out of coincidence. I hope it's the latter. I really do. But I don't think it is. Story 8. I need to tell someone about this before I completely lose my mind. 3 weeks ago, I found a video game at a garage sale that, according to the internet, never existed. But I have clear memories of playing it as a kid, and when I finally got it running, it started showing me things from my childhood that nobody else could possibly know about. I don't know if this is some kind of elaborate prank, a glitch in reality, or something else entirely, but I can't explain what's happening, and it's getting worse. The garage sale was in my hometown, a small city in Pennsylvania where I grew up. I was back visiting my parents for the weekend and saw the sale sign while driving around my old neighborhood. The house looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I stopped because I'm a sucker for old video games, and the sign advertised vintage electronics. Most of it was junk. VCRs that probably didn't work, ancient computer monitors, tangled cables. But in a cardboard box under a folding table, I found it. A Nintendo 64 cartridge in a gray plastic shell. No label. Just a piece of masking tape with Dreamscape written in faded marker. I didn't recognize the title, but something about it felt familiar. The cartridge had that specific weight and feel of authentic N64 games. I asked the woman running the sale how much she wanted. Everything in that box is $5. I handed her a $5 and took the cartridge. She watched me with an odd expression. I couldn't quite read. As I was leaving, she called out, "You used to live on Birch Street, didn't you? You and your friend Tommy?" I stopped. I had lived on Birch Street from ages 8 to 13. And my best friend growing up was named Tommy. How did she know that? Yeah. How did you know? I lived 2 houses down. You boys used to play in my backyard sometimes. I'm Mrs. Chen. You probably don't remember me. I didn't remember her at all, but I smiled politely. Small town stuff. Everyone knowing everyone. I thanked her and left. Back at my apartment in the city, I cleaned the cartridge contacts and plugged it into my old N64 that I'd kept for nostalgia. I didn't expect it to work. Unlabeled cartridges from garage sales are usually dead or corrupted. But when I turned on the console, the screen flickered to life. The title screen was simple. Just the word Dreamscape in blocky letters over a Starfield background. No company logo, no copyright information, no menu options except start. I pressed start. The game loaded into a first-person perspective. I was standing in a bedroom that looked eerily familiar. Posters on the walls, a specific arrangement of furniture, a window with a particular view. It took me a moment to realize I was looking at my childhood bedroom, the one I'd had in the house on Birch Street. The detail was incredible. The exact posters I'd had, including a promotional poster for a local pizza place that I hadn't thought about in 20 years. My bookshelf with the specific books I'd owned, arranged in the same order. The stain on the carpet where I'd spilled grape juice when I was 9. This had to be some kind of custom mod, maybe something created by someone who'd lived in the house after my family moved. But how would they know these details? And why would anyone bother creating such an accurate recreation of a random kid's bedroom? I used the controller to look around. The graphics were typical N64 quality, polygonal and limited, but the attention to detail was unsettling. On my desk was a drawing I'd made in 4th grade of a spaceship. I remembered that drawing. I remembered being proud of it. How was it in this game? I moved the character toward the bedroom door. It opened into a hallway, and again, perfect recreation of my old house. I walked down the hall to what had been my parents' room, my sister's room, the bathroom. Everything exactly as I remembered it. Then I heard a voice. tinny through the TV speakers, but clear. A child's voice. "Come outside. We're playing in the woods." It was Tommy's voice. Or at least a very good approximation. The way he used to sound when we were kids, before his voice changed. I navigated the character through the house and out the front door. The yard was there, my old street, rendered in early 3D graphics but recognizable. And standing in the driveway was a low polygon character model that was clearly supposed to be a child. A floating name tag above his head read, "Tommy." The Tommy character ran toward the woods at the end of the street. My character automatically followed. We entered the trees, and suddenly the graphics got darker, more atmospheric. The woods were rendered with more care than the house, with fog effects and ambient sounds of birds and wind. We reached a clearing I recognized. Tommy and I had built a fort there when we were 10, just a crude thing made of branches and old boards we'd found. In the game, the fort was there, rendered in detail I couldn't believe. I'd never told anyone about that fort. We'd kept it secret, our private hideout. The Tommy character stopped in front of the fort. Text appeared at the bottom of the screen. "Remember what we buried here?" I did remember. We'd buried a time capsule, a metal cookie tin filled with our favorite things. Action figures, baseball cards, a letter we'd written to our future selves. We were going to dig it up when we turned 18, but I'd moved away before then and we'd lost touch. I'd completely forgotten about it until this moment. How could this game know about that? I tried to interact with the fort, pressing every button on the controller. Finally, the A button made my character kneel down and start digging. The screen went black for a moment, then showed a close-up of hands pulling a tin box from the dirt. The lid opened, and the items appeared one by one. A Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles action figure, a holographic Charizard Pokemon card, a folded piece of notebook paper. These were the exact items we'd buried. I remembered that Charizard card specifically because it had a crease in the corner. The game showed that crease. I paused the game and sat back, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. Someone would have had to dig up our time capsule, catalog the contents, and somehow incorporate them into a custom video game. But why? Who would do that? And how would they even know about it? I unpaused and selected the letter. It opened on screen, and I could read what we'd written. Our 10-year-old handwriting, spelling errors included. We'd written about our dreams for the future, the things we liked, our favorite memories together. Reading it felt like being punched in the chest with nostalgia and confusion. Then the game did something I didn't expect. New text appeared. "Do you want to see what happened after you left?" I pressed yes without thinking. The scene changed. I was still in the woods, but the graphics updated, became slightly more detailed like time had passed. The Tommy character was there, but older now, maybe 13 or 14, based on the character model height. He was alone, sitting on a log, throwing rocks at trees. Text appeared. "Tommy came here every day that summer after you moved. He kept hoping you'd come back." A lump formed in my throat. Tommy and I had been inseparable. When my dad got a job 3 states away, and we had to move, I'd promised we'd stay in touch. We'd tried for a while, emails and phone calls, but we were kids. We drifted apart. I'd always felt guilty about that, but pushed it away. Seeing this, even in a crude video game form, brought it all back. The scene changed again. Tommy was older now, high school age. He was at the fort with a girl I didn't recognize. They were holding hands. Text appeared. "Tommy brought Sarah here. It was their special place. He told her about you, about the friend who used to explore these woods with him." How did the game know this? How could it possibly know what Tommy did after I left? Was this just made up? A story the game was generating? But it felt true in a way I couldn't explain. I kept playing. The game showed me scenes from Tommy's life. Graduating high school, going to community college, getting a job at his dad's hardware store. Little moments, mundane and specific. Sometimes the game would show me objects or places and ask if I remembered them. Our elementary school, the comic book store we'd bike to, the creek where we'd caught frogs. Every detail was accurate to my memories, but interspersed were these scenes from after I'd left. Things I couldn't verify. Things that made me ache with loss for a friendship I'd let fade away. Then the game showed me something that made me shut it off immediately. A hospital room. Tommy's character model in a bed. Text appeared. Tommy was diagnosed with leukemia at age 19. He spent 6 months in treatment. I sat staring at the black TV screen, controller shaking in my hands. I pulled out my phone and did something I hadn't done in 15 years. I searched for Tommy's name along with our hometown. I found his Facebook profile. According to his info, he still lived in our hometown, worked at his dad's hardware store. I scrolled through his public posts, and there it was. A post from 4 years ago about being cancer-free for 5 years, thanking everyone for their support during his treatment. The game had told me the truth. Tommy had cancer at 19. He'd survived, but the game knew about it. How? I messaged him on Facebook, my hands shaking. Just a simple message. Hey, this is going to sound random, but I was your neighbor growing up. We used to play in the woods together. I hope you're doing well. Then I turned the N64 back on. I had to know more. The game picked up where I'd left off. It showed Tommy recovering, going back to work, living his life. Then it showed scenes that seemed more recent. Tommy at the hardware store. Tommy having dinner with his parents. Tommy visiting the woods, standing in the clearing where our fort used to be. Text appeared. Tommy still thinks about you. He wonders what happened to you, if you remember the things you did together. I pressed a button, and more text appeared. Do you want to see what happened to you? Yes, I selected, even though I knew what happened to me. I lived it. The game changed perspective. Now I was seeing my character from third person, a polygonal representation of a child version of myself. I watched myself move away, start a new school, make new friends. The game showed moments I'd forgotten. The first day at my new school when I sat alone at lunch. The time I joined the soccer team and scored my first goal. My first girlfriend in high school. Going to college. Getting my first apartment. All rendered in simple N64 graphics. But accurate. Disturbingly accurate. How did the game know these things? These were my private memories. Moments nobody else would know about in this specific way. Was I misremembering and projecting my real memories onto generic game content? But no, the details were too specific. The name of my high school girlfriend, the color of my first car, the name of my college roommate. Then the game showed me something I'd tried to forget. My college graduation day. My parents were there, my sister, some friends. In the game, there was an empty space in the crowd, rendered as a conspicuous gap. Text appeared. Tommy wanted to come. He looked you up online, found out when you were graduating. He drove 6 hours to the college, but couldn't bring himself to go in. He sat in the parking lot for 2 hours, then drove home. I felt sick. Was this true? Had Tommy really tried to reconnect, and I'd never known? My phone buzzed. A Facebook message notification. Tommy had responded. Holy shit. I can't believe it's really you. I've thought about reaching out so many times, but figured you wouldn't remember me or wouldn't care. How are you? What made you think of me after all these years? I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't exactly say I was playing a mysterious video game that was telling me about his life. I typed back something generic about being back in town and feeling nostalgic. His response came quickly. "We should meet up. I'd love to catch up. I'm actually off work this Saturday if you're still around." I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop in our hometown. Then I went back to the game. It continued showing me scenes, my life and Tommy's life in parallel. Moments where we'd apparently just missed each other. Times when he'd driven past my parents' house, when visiting them, hoping to see me. Times when I'd thought about calling him, but talked myself out of it. The game was showing me all the lost opportunities. The moments where our friendship could have rekindled, but didn't. It was devastating to watch. Then the game did something different. It showed a scene that hadn't happened yet. Me and Tommy at a coffee shop. The same one we'd just arranged to meet at. We were talking, laughing, catching up. The scene played out with us exchanging stories, reconnecting, making plans to stay in touch. Text appeared. This could happen. This is one possible future. Then, the scene changed. Same coffee shop, but I wasn't there. Tommy sat alone at a table, checking his phone, waiting. After a while, he paid for his untouched coffee and left, looking disappointed. Text appeared. Or this could happen. You could decide it's too awkward, too much time has passed. You could cancel and go back to your life. Tommy would understand. He's used to being left behind. I felt anger rise up. The game was manipulating me, pushing me toward a specific choice. But was it really manipulation if it was pushing me toward something I already wanted to do? I wanted to see Tommy again. I wanted to apologize for losing touch. I wanted to know if we could still be friends after all these years. The game returned to the main menu. Just the starfield and the word Dreamscape. But now there was a new option beneath Start. It said Continue. I turned off the console and tried to think rationally. Someone had created an elaborate, personalized video game designed to make me reconnect with my childhood friend. But who? And how did they know so much about both of our lives? Mrs. Chen, the woman who sold me the game. She'd lived on our street, would have known both of us as kids. But could she really have created something this sophisticated? And how would she know about my college graduation? Or what happened to Tommy after I left? I looked up Mrs. Chen's address, the house where the garage sale had been. I drove back to my hometown that same day, arriving late in the evening. The house was dark. I knocked anyway. No answer. I tried asking neighbors if they knew her. An elderly man 2 doors down said Mrs. Chen had died 3 months ago. Her daughter had been selling off her belongings. Must have been who I talked to at the garage sale. But the woman had known details about me and Tommy. She'd recognized me. Unless that was Mrs. Chen's daughter, and she'd grown up hearing stories about the neighborhood kids. I went back to my apartment with more questions than answers. I spent hours researching the game title, Dreamscape. No results. No record of any N64 game but that name, official, or homebrew. I posted on gaming forums asking if anyone had heard of it. Nobody had. I examined the cartridge more closely. It looked authentic, right down to the manufacturing stamps, but those could be faked. I didn't have the tools to open it and examine the circuit board, and I was afraid doing so might damage whatever was inside. Saturday came. I met Tommy at the coffee shop. Seeing him in person was surreal after watching a polygonal version of him in the game. He looked older, obviously, but I could still see the kid I'd known in his face. We hugged awkwardly and sat down. The conversation started stiff, but warmed up quickly. We talked about our lives, caught up on the years between. I learned he'd indeed had cancer, but was 5 years in remission and doing well. He'd never married, still lived in town, seemed content with his life running the hardware store. He asked why I'd really reached out after all this time. I almost told him about the game, but stopped myself. Instead, I said I'd been thinking about my childhood and realized I'd let too many important things slip away. That much was true. We talked for 3 hours, made plans to meet again, exchanged numbers, and promised to actually stay in touch this time. When we parted ways, I felt lighter than I had in years, like I'd fixed something that had been broken without my realizing it. That night, I played the game again. It loaded to a new scene. The coffee shop meeting, rendered in the game's simple graphics. It showed our conversation, not word for word, but the general flow of it. The reconnection, the laughter, the promise to stay friends. Text appeared. You chose well. Some friendships are worth fighting for. Then the game showed me something new. The clearing in the woods, present day. The fort was gone, reclaimed by nature. But the ground, where we'd buried the time capsule, was disturbed, freshly dug. Text appeared. The capsule is still there. Some things wait patiently to be rediscovered. I took a screenshot with my phone, showing the exact location. The next day, I drove back to my hometown and went into the woods. I found the clearing easily, muscle memory guiding me to a place I hadn't visited in 20 years. The fort was indeed gone, just some rotted boards scattered around. But I found the spot where we'd buried the capsule and started digging with a stick. 3 feet down, my stick hit metal. I pulled out a rusty cookie tin, pried it open. Inside were our treasures, exactly as the game had shown them. The action figure, the Pokemon card with the creased corner, the letter. All there, preserved in the tin, waiting. I called Tommy and told him what I'd found. He was shocked, said he'd completely forgotten about it. We met at his parents' house that evening and read the letter together, 2 grown men getting emotional over words written by our 10-year-old selves. We buried it again, but this time we added new items. A photo we took together that day, written notes about our lives now, a promise to dig it up again in 10 years. The game knew we would do this. When I played it again that night, it showed the scene. Me and Tommy reburying the capsule, making new promises to keep our friendship alive. But then the game showed me something that hasn't happened yet. 10 years in the future, 2 older versions of us digging up the capsule again. Laughing, reminiscing, still friends after all the time that would pass. Text appeared. This is the future you're building. Every choice creates a path. You chose to dig up the past, and it led you back to each other. Now choose to build a future where that continues. I've been playing the game for 3 weeks now. It keeps showing me scenes, some from the past, some from possible futures. It shows me Tommy's life continuing, his health staying good, him meeting someone, falling in love, getting married, me being at the wedding. It shows me my life too. Career changes, relationships, moments of joy and sadness. But always with Tommy back in it, our friendship maintained across distance and time. I don't understand what this game is or how it exists. I've stopped trying to figure it out rationally. Maybe it's some kind of elaborate AI program trained on social media data and public records. Maybe it's something stranger, something that shouldn't be possible with 1990s gaming technology. What I know is that it brought me back to a person I should never have lost touch with. It showed me a friendship worth salvaging and gave me the push I needed to actually do it. Tommy and I talk every week now. We're planning a trip together, going to visit some of the places from our childhood. He knows I found something that reminded me of him, but I haven't told him about the game. I'm not sure I ever will, because the more I play it, the more I suspect it's not really about me and Tommy. It's about something bigger. The game has started showing me other people from my past, school friends I lost touch with, family members I've grown distant from, each one rendered in simple polygons, each one with a story the game tells me about what happened after we drifted apart. And always, the game gives me a choice. Reach out or don't. Reconnect or let the distance grow. Build bridges or let them crumble. It's like the game is trying to teach me something about the nature of relationships, about how easy it is to lose people through simple neglect, through the assumption that there will always be time later to reconnect. Last night, the game showed me something that shook me. My father, rendered in the game's simple graphics, older than he is now. The scene was his funeral. I wasn't there in the game. Text appeared. You were too busy with work. You meant to visit more often. You thought there would be more time. Then the scene rewound and showed an alternative. Me, visiting my parents regularly, making time despite my busy schedule, being there for them. And my father's funeral in this version showed me in attendance, sad but not consumed with guilt, knowing I'd spent the time with him while I could. I called my parents that same night, made plans to visit them this weekend, not because a video game told me to, but because it reminded me of something I already knew and kept forgetting. People don't wait forever. Relationships require maintenance. Love is shown through action, not just intention. I've started documenting the game, taking photos and videos of what it shows me. I've tried to find others who've played it, posting in obscure forums and gaming communities. No luck so far. As far as I can tell, I'm the only person who has this cartridge, the only one playing this impossible game. But I wonder sometimes if there are other cartridges out there. Other people who found versions of Dreamscape at garage sales or thrift stores. Other people being shown their own pasts, their own lost connections, their own possible futures. Maybe there's someone playing a version right now that shows them I was their friend once. Maybe they're deciding whether to reach out. If this is some kind of experiment or art project, it's the most effective one I've ever encountered. It's changed how I think about my relationships, how I prioritize the people I care about. The game still has no credits, no explanation, no indication of who created it or why. Mrs. Chen is dead and can't answer questions. The cartridge itself reveals nothing. All I have are the scenes it shows me and the choices it presents. The past I can't change, and the futures I might build. I'm supposed to meet Tommy again this weekend. We're going to walk through our old neighborhood, visit the places we used to play. The game has already shown me this scene, rendered it in loving detail. Two friends, older, but still connected, building new memories on the foundation of old ones. I choose to believe it's real, that the game is showing me something true about the future I'm creating. Because the alternative, that it's all just a sophisticated manipulation or a delusion I've constructed, is too sad to contemplate. Tonight, I'll play again. I'll see what scenes the game wants to show me next, what choices it wants me to consider. I'll think about the people I've lost touch with, and whether it's too late to reach back out. And maybe that's the point. Maybe Dreamscape isn't really about knowing the future or understanding the past. Maybe it's about recognizing that we're always at a crossroads, always choosing whether to maintain connections or let them fade. The game gave me back my friend. It's trying to give me back other relationships too. All I have to do is make the choice to reach out, to put in the effort, to prove that people are worth the time and vulnerability required to keep them in your life. I found a video game that doesn't exist. It knows impossible things about my life and the lives of people I've known. It shows me futures that might happen if I make the right choices. And whether it's real magic or just really good programming, it's teaching me something important about not letting the people who matter slip away into memory and regret. Tommy and I are friends again. That's real. The game made that happen. So, I'll keep playing, keep watching the scenes it shows me, keep making the choices it presents. Because in the end, maybe we all need something to remind us that the connections we build are the only things we really take with us through life. And if it takes an impossible video game to teach us that lesson, well, stranger things have happened. Though I'm still trying to figure out how those things fit on an N64 cartridge. Story 9. My daughter Emma is 6 years old, and like a lot of kids her age, she has an imaginary friend. This isn't unusual, and I wasn't worried about it at first. Her pediatrician said it was normal, even healthy, a sign of creativity and developing social skills. The imaginary friend appeared about 4 months ago, right after we moved into our new house. Emma named her Whisper, which I thought was cute in that slightly creepy way kids have of naming things. At first the interactions were typical. Emma would set an extra place at dinner for Whisper. She'd have conversations with empty air. She'd insist we leave room in the car for Whisper to sit. Standard imaginary friend behavior that I'd read about in parenting books. My wife Sarah and I went along with it, playing along when appropriate, but not making a big deal out of it. But over the past few weeks, things have gotten strange. And last night I discovered something that's made me question everything about this situation. I don't know if I'm overreacting or if there's genuinely something wrong. I'm posting this because I need outside perspective from people who aren't emotionally invested in my family. The first odd thing I noticed was about 3 weeks ago. I was putting Emma to bed and she was sticking to Whisper like usual. Except this time the conversation was different. Instead of playing pretend games, Emma was giving very specific instructions. Remember, you have to wait until they're asleep. And you can't make noise. You have to be very, very quiet. I asked Emma what she meant. She looked at me with those big, innocent eyes and said, Whisper wanted to explore the house at night, but Emma told her she had to wait until we were all sleeping so she wouldn't disturb us. It seemed like typical kid logic, being considerate even with an imaginary friend. I didn't think much of it. A few days later, I came downstairs at 2 a.m. to get water. The house was dark and quiet, but as I walked through the living room, I felt like something was off. Nothing I could put my finger on exactly, just a sense that things weren't quite how I'd left them. A couch cushion displaced. A book on the coffee table that I was certain I'd put on the shelf. Small things, easily explained by my wife or Emma moving them before bed and me not noticing. But then it kept happening. Every few nights I'd come downstairs for water, or because I couldn't sleep, and every time there would be these small changes. A kitchen chair pulled out from the table, the TV remote on a different surface, cabinet doors slightly ajar. Never anything major, never anything obviously wrong, just subtle alterations that made me feel unsettled. I asked Sarah if she'd been rearranging things at night. She looked at me like I was crazy and said no. I didn't mention it to Emma because I didn't want to worry her or make her self-conscious about her imaginary friend. Then, about a week ago, Emma gave Whisper another set of instructions that I overheard. I was outside her room, about to come in and say goodnight, when I heard her talking. You have to practice being quiet, like we talked about. When they're sleeping, you can move around, but you have to be so quiet. They never wake up. That's the most important rule. Never wake them up. The way she said it, with such seriousness, chilled me. But I told myself it was just a kid playing an elaborate game. Maybe she'd seen a movie about sneaking around, or heard a story at school. Kids have vivid imaginations. I started paying more attention after that. I'd listen outside Emma's door sometimes when she was playing in her room. The conversations with Whisper were becoming more complex, more detailed. Emma would tell Whisper about our routines, what time we went to bed, what time we woke up, where we kept things in the house, which floorboards creaked, which doors squeaked. It felt like she was giving reconnaissance information, though for what purpose I couldn't imagine. I tried to tell myself she was just being thorough in her imaginary play, creating an elaborate backstory and rules for her invisible friend. Then I started noticing the drawings. Emma loves to draw. Always has. Our fridge is covered with her artwork. But recently the drawings have all been of the same subject. A figure that's vaguely person-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall, proportions off, fingers too long. In every drawing, this figure is standing in a doorway or looking through a window. And in every drawing, there are people in beds, asleep, unaware of the figure watching them. I asked Emma about the drawings. She said it was Whisper. That's what Whisper looks like. And that's what Whisper does at night. She watches people sleep to make sure they're safe. Emma said it very matter-of-factly, like this was the most normal thing in the world. I talked to Sarah about it that night after Emma was in bed. I told her I was getting concerned about this imaginary friend, that the drawings were creepy, and some of the things Emma said were odd. Sarah agreed they were a bit unusual, but reminded me that kids go through phases, that imaginary friends often have elaborate backstories, that we shouldn't overreact and make Emma feel like her imagination was bad or wrong. She was probably right. I was probably being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Last night I decided to stay up and see if I could figure out what was causing those small changes around the house. Maybe we had mice, or there was something environmental causing objects to shift. Maybe I was moving things myself in my sleep. Some kind of sleepwalking I wasn't aware of. I positioned myself on the couch with the lights off around midnight. Sarah and Emma were both asleep upstairs. I had my phone ready to use as a flashlight if needed. I waited. For the first hour, nothing. The house was completely still and quiet. I started to feel foolish, like I was wasting my time chasing shadows created by an overactive imagination. I was about to give up and go to bed. Then I heard it. A soft sound from upstairs. Emma's door opening slowly. The slight creak it makes even though I've oiled the hinges twice. Footsteps on the landing. Careful and deliberate, avoiding the spots that make noise. I assumed Emma was coming downstairs, maybe to get water, or because she'd had a bad dream. I was about to call out to her when something stopped me. The footsteps didn't sound quite right. The rhythm was off, the weight distribution strange. I stayed silent and watched the stairs. In the darkness, I could see a shape descending. It was tall, too tall to be Emma. My first thought was that someone had broken into our house, that an intruder had been in my daughter's room. Adrenaline flooded my system, and I reached for my phone to call 911. But then the shape moved into a patch of moonlight from the window, and I saw it more clearly. It wasn't a person. Not exactly. It had a roughly human form, but the proportions were wrong, just like in Emma's drawings. Too tall, too thin, limbs slightly too long. It moved in a way that seemed off, like it was mimicking human movement, but didn't quite have it right. I sat frozen on the couch, phone gripped in my hand, watching this thing move through my house. It went to the kitchen first, opened the refrigerator, the lights spilling out. It stood there looking at the contents, reaching out with those two long fingers to touch items, but not taking anything. It closed the fridge and moved to the cabinets, opening them one by one, examining what was inside. It was exploring, learning the layout of our house, the location of our belongings. Exactly what Emma had been describing in her instructions to Whisper. The thing moved into the living room next. It walked right past the couch where I was hiding, close enough that I could have reached out and touched it. I pressed myself back into the cushions, holding my breath, praying it wouldn't notice me. It went to the bookshelf and ran its fingers along the spines, picked up the TV remote and examined it, turning it over in its hands like it was trying to understand what it was for. It moved picture frames on the mantel, creating those small displacements I'd been noticing. I realized it was being careful, deliberate. It was trying to move things in ways that wouldn't be immediately obvious, that could be dismissed as normal household movement. It was practicing stealth, just like Emma had instructed. The thing spent about 20 minutes exploring the first floor. Then it returned to the stairs and climbed back up, moving with that same careful deliberation. I heard Emma's door open and close softly. I sat there in the dark for another hour, shaking, trying to process what I'd seen. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, a dream, something explainable. But I knew what I'd seen. There was something in my house, something that looked like it had walked out of my daughter's drawings. Something she called Whisper. When I finally went upstairs, I checked on Emma. She was fast asleep, peaceful and undisturbed. I stood in her doorway for a long time, watching her breathe, looking for any sign of the thing I'd seen. The room was empty, except for my sleeping daughter. I checked on Sarah, too. Sound asleep, completely unaware. I thought about waking her, telling her what I'd seen. But what would I say? That our daughter's imaginary friend was real? That there was a monster in our house? She'd think I'd lost my mind. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in bed with the lights on, listening to every sound, jumping at every creak. Nothing else happened. The house remained quiet until morning. At breakfast, Emma was her normal cheerful self. She talked about her dreams, ate her cereal, played with her toys. I watched her carefully, looking for any sign that she knew what had happened last night. Nothing. She seemed completely normal, but then as I was cleaning up the breakfast, I heard her in the living room, talking to Whisper. "You did very good last night. You were so quiet." Daddy didn't even wake up. My blood ran cold. I walked into the living room trying to keep my voice calm. "Emma, what do you mean I didn't wake up?" She looked up at me with those innocent eyes. "Whisper was exploring last night, like I told her she could. You stayed asleep the whole time, so she did a good job being quiet." I asked her how she knew Whisper had been exploring if she was asleep too. Emma smiled. "Whisper tells me things. She tells me everywhere she goes and everything she sees." I tried a different approach. I asked Emma why Whisper needed to explore our house at night. Why couldn't Whisper explore during the day like normal? Emma's expression got very serious. "Because Whisper is shy. She doesn't like people to see her. Only I can see her because I'm her friend. She only comes out when everyone else is sleeping." I asked what Whisper looked like. Emma ran to get her drawings and spread them on the floor. She pointed to the tall figure with the wrong proportions. "Like this. She's very tall and very thin, and she has long fingers. She doesn't talk like we do. She talks inside my head. She's been living in our house since we moved in, but she was lonely, so I became her friend. Living in our house, since we moved in 4 months ago. Right when Emma's imaginary friend had first appeared. I kept my voice steady and asked Emma where Whisper stays during the day. Emma pointed to the closet in the hallway, the one we use for storage that's always kept closed. "In there. She doesn't like light very much. She stays in dark places during the day and only comes out at night." I made an excuse and went to the hallway closet, opened it slowly, not sure what I expected to find. It looked normal. Boxes of holiday decorations, old coats we never wore, random household items. But the boxes were rearranged from how I remembered them. And there was a space in the back, behind the larger boxes, where something could conceivably hide. I called out sick from work. I needed time to think, to figure out what to do. Sarah left for her job and Emma went to school, leaving me alone in the house. I stood in the hallway staring at that closet, working up the courage to investigate further. I pulled out the boxes and looked in the back of the closet. There was nothing obviously there, but the wall felt wrong when I touched it. I pushed, and a section of drywall moved slightly. There was a space behind it, between our closet and what should have been the wall of the next room. I pulled away more of the drywall, making a hole big enough to shine my phone's flashlight through. The space was narrow but tall, running the height of the wall. And inside was evidence that something had been living there. Scraps of fabric that might have been from our clothes, or linens, arranged in a nest-like structure. Bits of food, crackers and bread crusts, things that could be taken from our kitchen in small amounts we wouldn't notice. And drawings. Dozens of Emma's drawings. Ones I'd thrown away weeks ago, retrieved from the trash, and carefully arranged on the walls of this hidden space. All of them showing that tall, thin figure, sometimes alone, sometimes watching sleeping people, sometimes standing with a small child, who was obviously Emma. I sealed the wall back up and replaced the boxes with shaking hands. I had evidence now. This wasn't an imaginary friend. Something was living in my house, hiding in the walls, coming out at night. And somehow, it had befriended my daughter. I spent the day researching. I looked up the history of our house. It was built in the 1960s and had gone through several owners. I found one news article from 15 years ago about a family that had lived here briefly. They'd moved out suddenly after only 3 months, citing problems with the house. The article didn't specify what kind of problems. I tracked down the family's contact information and called them. The mother answered. I explained I now owned the house and was researching its history. I asked if she could tell me why they'd moved out. There was a long pause. Then she asked if I had children. I said yes, a 6-year-old daughter. Another pause. You need to move out. She said it urgently, with real fear in her voice. We had a daughter, too. She was 7 when we lived there. She started talking about an imaginary friend. We thought it was normal at first, but then things got strange. Objects moving at night. Our daughter giving instructions to her friend about how to move around without being noticed. And then we started seeing it. A thing that lived in the walls. It was learning from us. Learning how to be human. How to act normal. I asked what happened. What made them leave? Our daughter started changing. She became more secretive, more protective of her friend. She started lying to us about things. Small things at first. She told us her friend didn't want to be alone, that her friend wanted to become part of our family. Then one night I woke up, and that thing was standing over our bed, just watching us sleep. We left the next morning and never went back. I asked what happened to their daughter. She's fine now. It took years of therapy, but she's okay. She doesn't remember much about the friend. Blocked it out mostly. The therapist said it was like the thing had been grooming her, building trust so it could get closer to us. We were lucky we left when we did. I thanked her and hung up. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. I had hours before Emma came home from school. I needed to figure out what to do. Call the police? And tell them what? That there was a monster living in my walls? Call a priest? An exterminator? I had no framework for dealing with this situation. I thought about the woman's words. The thing was learning from them. Learning to be human. That's what was happening with Emma. She was teaching it our routines, our behaviors, how to move through our house undetected. She thought she was helping a friend, but she was training something that might be dangerous. I made a decision. I went to the garage and got my sledgehammer. I was going to break open that wall space completely, document what was inside, force this thing out into the light, where it couldn't hide. But when I got to the closet and started pulling out boxes, I found a note, written in Emma's handwriting on a piece of paper that hadn't been there this morning. Dear Daddy, Whisper says you found her special place. She's not happy you went in there. She says you're not supposed to know about her. Please don't tell Mommy, or Emma will be sad. Whisper is my best friend, and she promised she won't hurt anyone if you let her stay. She just wants to live here with us. She doesn't have anywhere else to go. The note was dated today. Emma was at school. She hadn't written this, which meant either Whisper had written it in Emma's handwriting, or Emma had written it before school, which meant she knew I'd find the hidden space and left the note preemptively. Either option was terrifying. I heard a sound from upstairs, a door closing softly. It was 2 p.m, broad daylight. The thing shouldn't be moving around. I grabbed the sledgehammer and went upstairs, checking each room. All empty. But Emma's room felt different. I looked at her drawings on her desk. There was a new one, freshly drawn, that hadn't been there this morning. It showed our family. Me, Sarah, and Emma. And standing with us, as tall as me, was the figure of Whisper. In the drawing, we were all holding hands, smiling. One big, happy family. I took photos of everything. The note, the drawing, the hole I'd made in the closet wall. I was building evidence, though for what purpose I wasn't sure. Who could I show this to? Who would believe me? I called Sarah and told her we needed to talk tonight after Emma was asleep. I didn't tell her details over the phone, but my voice must have conveyed how serious I was, because she agreed immediately. Emma came home from school in a strange mood, quieter than usual, watching me carefully. I tried to act normal, but I could tell she sensed something was wrong. At dinner, she didn't set a place for Whisper like she usually did. When I asked her about it, she said Whisper wasn't hungry. After dinner, Emma went to her room, and I heard her talking. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was urgent, almost pleading. I stood outside her door listening. Finally, I heard Emma say clearly, "I know Daddy found your home. I'm sorry. I tried to warn you. Please don't be mad at me." Silence. Then Emma again. "I don't want you to go. You're my best friend. But Daddy's scared, and I don't want him to be scared. Maybe you should stay hidden for a while, until he forgets about you." More silence. Then Emma started crying. "No, please don't say that. I don't want to choose. I love Daddy, and I love you. Why can't we all just be a family?" I opened the door. Emma was sitting on her bed, tears streaming down her face, staring at the corner of the room. I looked at the corner too. In the shadows, I could almost make out a shape, tall and thin, with 2 long fingers. It might have been a trick of the light, or my imagination, or it might have been real. Emma looked at me with heartbreak in her eyes. "Whisper says if you try to make her leave, she'll be very sad. She says this is her house too, and she was here first. She says she just wants to be part of our family, and if you let her stay, she promises to only come out at night, and to never bother you." I knelt down next to Emma, keeping my eyes on that shadow in the corner. I chose my words carefully. "Emma, sweetie, Whisper isn't what you think she is. She's not a friend. I don't think she wants to hurt you, but I don't think we can trust her either. She's been hiding in our house, living in the walls. That's not normal. Friends don't hide from families. Friends are honest and open." Emma shook her head stubbornly. "You don't understand. Whisper is different. She can't be around lots of people. It makes her scared. She's only comfortable with me because I'm little and I'm nice to her. She says adults are mean to things they don't understand." I looked at the shadow again. It seemed darker now, more defined. Maybe I was imagining it, but I felt like it was watching me, waiting to see what I would do. I told Emma I needed to talk to Mommy about this, and that we would figure something out together. Emma grabbed my arm. "Promise you won't hurt her. Promise you won't make her leave. She doesn't have anywhere else to go." I couldn't make that promise. I didn't know what to do. This thing, whatever it was, had been living in my house for months, watching us sleep, learning our patterns, befriending my daughter. Every instinct told me it was dangerous, that I needed to get my family away from here. But Emma loved it. She saw it as her friend. How do you explain to a 6-year-old that her best friend is actually something that shouldn't exist? How do you take that away without traumatizing her? That night, after Emma was asleep, I told Sarah everything. Showed her the photos, the evidence, told her what I'd seen. She listened with growing horror. Unlike me, she didn't try to rationalize it or find logical explanations. She just kept saying we needed to leave, get out of the house immediately. We packed bags that night. Told Emma in the morning that we were going on a surprise trip to Grandma's house. Emma asked if Whisper could come. We said no, just family. Emma cried, but eventually agreed. We've been at my mother's house for 3 days now. We put our house on the market immediately. I don't care if we lose money on it. I'm not going back there. But Emma has been withdrawn, quiet. She barely eats. She stares out windows for hours. Last night I heard her talking in the guest room. When I went to check on her, she was on her tablet. She'd found a way to video call our house, had set up one of our security cameras to face the closet where Whisper lived. On the screen, I could see into that closet. And in the back, in the shadows, I could see movement. Something was there, shifting in the darkness, waiting. Emma looked up at me with tears in her eyes. She's lonely. She doesn't understand why we left. She thinks we abandoned her. I took the tablet away and deleted the app. Emma screamed at me, said I was mean, said she hated me. It was the worst thing she'd ever said to me. And I knew it wasn't really her talking. It was the grief and confusion of a child who lost something she cared about. But here's what scares me. This morning, Emma came to breakfast with a drawing she'd made in the night. It showed our new location, my mother's house, rendered with the same detail Emma had drawn our old house. And in the drawing, standing outside the window, was Whisper. Emma saw me looking at the drawing. She smiled. Not her usual smile, but something else. Something that didn't quite reach her eyes. I told her where we are. She's coming to visit. She missed me. I don't know what to do. I don't know if moving was enough. I don't know if this thing will follow us, or if Emma's invitation will bring it here. I don't know if I imagined any of this, or if there really is something that was living in our walls, something that formed a bond with my daughter. All I know is that Emma has an imaginary friend, and I just found out she's been giving it very specific instructions. Instructions on how to find us, no matter where we go. And tonight, when everyone else is asleep, I'm going to stay up and watch. Because I have a terrible feeling that when I hear that soft sound of footsteps, when I see that too tall shadow moving through an unfamiliar house, I'll know that we didn't escape. We just brought the problem somewhere new. Emma is sleeping peacefully in the next room, probably dreaming of her friend. And somewhere in the darkness, something that shouldn't exist is learning how to find us again. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, but then I checked our home security footage from the old house, the cameras we left running to help sell it faster. 3 hours ago, the closet door opened from the inside. A shape emerged, too tall, too thin, moving wrong. It went to the front door and stood there for a long moment, as if sensing which direction we'd gone. Then it opened the door and walked out into the night, moving with purpose down the street toward the highway, toward the road that leads to my mother's house. Emma was right. Whisper is coming to visit, and I have no idea how to protect my family from something my daughter considers her best friend. Story 10. I've been driving trains for the Metropolitan Transit Authority for 11 years. I know every tunnel, every station, every signal light on the Blue Line, like I know my own apartment. Or at least I thought I did, until 6 months ago, when I started seeing a station that, according to every map, schedule, and official record, doesn't exist. The first time I saw it, I thought I was having a stroke or hallucinating from lack of sleep. It was a Tuesday night, around 11:30 p.m., on my last run of the evening. The Blue Line runs from downtown out to the northern suburbs, 23 stops total. I'd made this exact trip thousands of times. I could do it in my sleep. I just left Riverside Station, the 19th stop, heading toward Parkview. There's a long stretch of tunnel between these two stations, almost 3 miles with nothing but darkness and the rhythmic clack of the train on the tracks. I was tired, ready for my shift to end, thinking about the leftover pizza waiting for me at home. Then the train entered a station that shouldn't be there. It appeared suddenly, the tunnel opening up into a platform lit by the same fluorescent lights as every other station. The tile work was old-fashioned, white ceramic with green accents, the style they used back in the 1950s. There was a sign on the wall that read Holloway in that classic Metropolitan Transit font. I've never heard of Holloway Station. It's not on the Blue Line. It's not on any line. The train didn't slow down. I didn't signal it to stop because there were no passengers waiting and this wasn't a scheduled stop. But as we passed through, I got a good look at the platform. It was empty, except for a single person standing near the far end. A woman in what looked like a vintage dress, the kind you'd see in old photographs from the 50s or 60s. She stood perfectly still, watching the train pass. Then we were back in the tunnel, and Holloway Station was gone, replaced by the familiar darkness. We emerged at Parkview Station right on schedule. I checked my watch. No lost time. The distance traveled matched what it should be, between Riverside and Parkview. It was like Holloway Station existed in a pocket that didn't affect the regular timeline or distance. I thought about reporting it, but what would I say? I saw a ghost station that appeared and disappeared. They'd think I was losing it. Maybe pull me off active duty for psychological evaluation. So I kept quiet and told myself it was exhaustion, a trick of the light, something explainable. But then I saw it again. Same route, same stretch of tunnel. 2 nights later. This time there were 3 people on the platform. 2 men in suits that looked decades out of fashion, and a young boy in clothes that could have been from the 1940s. They all stood very still, watching the train pass with expression I couldn't quite read. I started researching. I spent my days off in the library and online, digging through old transit records and city archives. I found mentions of Holloway Station in documents from the 1950s. It had been part of the original Blue Line expansion, built in 1952, and apparently operational until 1959, when it was closed for reasons the records didn't specify. Officially, Holloway Station was sealed up, the entrances filled in, the platforms abandoned. But according to the documents I found, the station itself was never demolished. It was simply removed from the maps and forgotten. The tunnel still ran through it, but trains no longer stopped there. Except I was seeing it. Not sealed up or abandoned, but fully lit, and occupied by people dressed like they'd stepped out of the decade when the station closed. I started keeping a log. Every time I passed through that stretch of tunnel, I noted the date, time, and whether Holloway Station appeared. It didn't happen every trip. Sometimes I'd go a week without seeing it. But when it did appear, there was a pattern. It was always on night runs, always between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., always on Tuesdays and Fridays. And there were always people on the platform. Never more than 5 or 6 at a time, always dressed in vintage clothing, always standing perfectly still. They never moved, never talked to each other, just stood and watched the trains pass. I started taking the same route on my days off, riding as a passenger instead of driving. I wanted to see if other people noticed Holloway Station. I'd position myself near the front of the train, where I could see into the tunnel ahead. Most passengers never looked up from their phones. But a few times I caught other people staring out the windows with confused expressions as we passed through Holloway. A teenage girl once turned to her friend and said, "Did you see that? There was a station back there." Her friend hadn't been paying attention and told her she was seeing things. An elderly man caught my eye once as we passed through Holloway. He'd been staring at the platform, and when we made eye contact, I saw recognition in his expression. He knew what he was seeing was wrong. After we emerged at Parkview, he got off the train quickly, hurrying away like he was frightened. I decided to try something risky. On my next shift, when Holloway Station appeared, I was going to stop the train. I was going to get out and actually set foot on that platform, see if it was real or some kind of mass hallucination. The opportunity came on a Friday night. 11:45 p.m., only 6 passengers in my train, all of them in the rear cars. I was watching carefully as we approached the section of tunnel where Holloway appeared. When the station materialized, I applied the brakes. This violated about a dozen safety protocols. You don't make unscheduled stops in tunnels. You don't open doors at non-designated stations. But I had to know. The train came to a stop alongside the Holloway platform. Through the window, I could see 4 people standing there, frozen like mannequins. 2 women and 2 men, all in clothes from the 1950s. They weren't looking at the train anymore. They were staring straight ahead, as if the train wasn't there at all. I opened the doors. The air that came in was different. Stale, thick with the smell of old concrete and something else. Something sweet and slightly rotting. I stepped out onto the platform, half expecting my foot to pass through an illusion. But the platform was solid, real ceramic tile beneath my shoes. The 4 people didn't react to my presence. I walked closer to the nearest one, a woman in a blue dress with her hair in victory rolls. I said hello. No response. She stood perfectly still, eyes fixed on some distant point, barely even breathing. I reached out to touch her shoulder, and my hand passed right through her. She was solid-looking, but insubstantial, like a projection or a hologram. At my touch, she flickered slightly, but didn't move or acknowledge me. I looked around the station. It was pristine, as if it had been maintained all these years, despite being officially closed. The tile work was clean, the signs were clear, the lights worked perfectly. But there was that smell, that sense of wrongness that made my skin crawl. At the far end of the platform, I saw a stairway leading up. The old entrance, presumably sealed years ago. I started walking toward it, passing the ghostly figures frozen on the platform. As I got closer to the stairs, I heard something. Faint music, big band jazz from decades past, echoing down from above. I climbed the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the stairwell. The music got louder. At the top was a door, old metal painted green, exactly the style of the original station entrances. It should have been sealed, welded shut, or blocked off. But it was slightly ajar, light spilling through the gap. I pushed it open. I was expecting to see whatever building had been built over the old station entrance. Instead, I stepped out into a street that was wrong. The architecture was right for my city, but the cars were all from the 1950s. The storefronts had old-fashioned signs, advertising products that hadn't existed in decades. The people walking by wore vintage clothes, moved with a dreamlike quality, going about their business in perfect period detail. I looked at a newspaper in a vending machine. The date said November 17th, 1959. The headline was about events I vaguely remembered from history class, things that had happened 60-plus years ago. I was standing in the past, or a version of it, a pocket of 1959 preserved somehow beneath the modern city. I heard my train's radio squawking from down in the station. Control was calling me, asking why I'd stopped. I ran back down the stairs, past the frozen figures on the platform, and jumped back into my train. I closed the doors and started moving, desperate to get back to normal tunnel, normal time. We emerged at Parkview Station, and everything was normal again. Modern advertisements, current date on the station clocks, regular passengers waiting to board. I made up an excuse about a signal malfunction when Control asked about my unauthorized stop. Got written up for it, but avoided serious consequences. But now, I knew Holloway Station wasn't just a forgotten piece of infrastructure. It was a doorway to something else. A place where the past hadn't finished happening. I became obsessed with researching what happened to Holloway Station. Why was it closed in 1959? Why did that specific year seem to be frozen there? I found a newspaper archive from late 1959. There had been an incident at Holloway Station on November 17th. A fire in the station, cause unknown. 12 people had died, mostly from smoke inhalation. They'd been trapped on the platform when the fire started in the stairwell, blocking their escape. The station had been closed immediately after. The official report called it a tragedy, mentioned faulty wiring, made recommendations for improved safety measures across the system. But there were also hints of something else, details that didn't quite add up. Witnesses had reported strange occurrences before the fire, people seeing doubles of themselves on the platform, time seeming to move wrong, conversations happening out of sequence. One witness claimed they'd seen the same train pass through the station 3 times in the span of 5 minutes, which was physically impossible. Then the fire happened, and everything was sealed up and forgotten. I found a list of the victims. 12 names, 12 people who died on that platform in November 1959. I compared it to the ghostly figures I'd seen when I stopped at Holloway. I couldn't be certain, but the numbers seemed right. 4 people when I'd stopped, but I'd seen as many as 6 on other passes. Never more than that, though. Never more than the 12 who died there. Were they ghosts? Echoes of the people who died in that fire? Or was it something stranger? A time loop that kept replaying their last moments? I decided I needed to go back. I needed to understand what was happening. But this time, I'd go prepared. I brought a camera, a voice recorder, a notebook. I wanted documentation. It took 3 weeks before Holloway appeared again on one of my shifts. When it did, I stopped the train again. This time there were 6 figures on the platform. I recognized some of them from my previous visit. I got out and started taking pictures. The figures showed up in the photos but were translucent, ghostly. I tried the voice recorder, asking questions. "Are you trapped here? Do you know you're dead? Can you hear me?" No response. The figures remained frozen, staring ahead. I went back up the stairs to the street level. This time I ventured further into the frozen pocket of 1959. I walked several blocks, documenting everything. The world above Holloway Station existed in a bubble. If I walked too far in any direction, the buildings would start to fade, become transparent. There was a boundary to this pocket reality, maybe a few blocks in diameter. The people in this frozen 1959 were like the figures on the platform. They moved, carried out actions, but in loops. I watched a man walk into a drugstore, then 5 minutes later walk into the same drugstore again, making the exact same movements. A woman dropped her purse on the sidewalk, knelt to gather the contents, then stood up and walked backward to the point where she'd dropped it, and did it again. They were stuck in time. repeating the same actions over and over. I found a clock on a building. It read 7:43 p.m. Every clock I found showed the same time, 7:43 p.m. on November 17th, 1959, about 3 hours before the fire that killed 12 people. I went back to the station, descended the stairs. The platform was the same. The 6 figures stood frozen, but as I watched, a 7th appeared, just materialized out of nothing. A man in a business suit who looked around confused for a moment, before freezing in place like the others. I was watching them arrive. These were the victims coming to the station in the hours before the fire, getting trapped in this loop. I looked at my watch. In my timeline, it was nearly 1 a.m. But here, time was stuck at 7:43 p.m. in 1959. I wondered what would happen if I stayed. Would I see the fire? Would I be caught in it? I didn't want to find out. I went back to my train and left, emerging once again into the modern tunnel and the regular timeline. Over the next few months, I visited Holloway many times. I mapped the boundaries of the pocket reality. I documented the repeating patterns of the ghost people. I tried to find ways to communicate with them or break the loop they were stuck in. Nothing worked. They remained frozen in those last hours before the fire, endlessly repeating whatever they'd been doing, unaware of their fate. But then things started to change. On my most recent visit 2 weeks ago, I noticed something different. There was a new figure on the platform, someone who hadn't been there before. A train driver, in a modern Metropolitan Transit Authority uniform. He was frozen like the others, staring ahead with a blank expression. I moved closer, and my blood ran cold when I recognized his face. It was me, or a version of me, a ghost or echo or whatever these things were, dressed in my uniform, standing on the Holloway platform like I belonged there. I ran back to my train and haven't stopped there since. But the implications terrify me. Am I becoming part of the loop? Is spending too much time in that pocket of 1959 causing me to get stuck there? I've noticed other changes too. Sometimes when I'm driving my regular route, I'll see things from the corner of my eye. Flickers of the old city, vintage cars on the streets above the tunnel, buildings that no longer exist appearing for a split second. And time feels wrong sometimes. I'll check my watch, and 5 minutes will have passed when it felt like only 1. Or I'll have a conversation with a passenger that I could swear we already had the previous day. I think Holloway Station is leaking. Whatever trap exists there, whatever force keeps those 12 victims frozen in time, it's spreading. The boundaries of that pocket reality are expanding. Last week, another driver mentioned something strange to me in the break room. He said he'd seen a station between Riverside and Parkview that he didn't recognize. I asked him to describe it, and he described Holloway perfectly. He'd only caught a glimpse, the train moving too fast to stop, but he'd seen the platform and the people standing on it. I told him he was probably just tired, seeing things. He agreed and changed the subject, but I could tell he didn't believe his own explanation. More drivers are seeing it now. More passengers too, based on reports I've been quietly collecting. Holloway Station is becoming visible to more people, appearing more frequently, staying solid for longer periods. I think it wants to be found. Or maybe the 12 people trapped there are calling out, drawing others in, trying to break free from their loop by adding more people to it. I've stopped taking that route when I can avoid it. I've requested transfers to other lines, but the Metropolitan Transit Authority is bureaucratic and slow. My transfer request is pending. Could take months to process. And I'm afraid months might be too long. Because last night I had a dream. I was standing on the Holloway platform in my uniform, frozen in place, unable to move. Modern trains passed through, the passengers looking out at me with confusion and concern. I tried to signal them, to call for help, but I couldn't move or speak. I just stood there like all the others, trapped in a moment that never ended. When I woke up, I was standing in my bedroom. I don't sleepwalk. I never have. But I was standing perfectly still in the middle of the room, and I couldn't remember getting out of bed. I was frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few seconds. Then I could move again, and I collapsed to the floor, shaking and terrified. Holloway Station is claiming me. I can feel it. Every time I pass through that stretch of tunnel, every time I see that platform appear, I feel a pull, a desire to stop, to get out, to walk up those stairs into that frozen version of 1959 and never leave. The doctors can't find anything wrong with me. I've had MRIs, blood tests, psychiatric evaluations. Physically, I'm fine. Mentally, they say I'm stressed, suffering from work-related anxiety, but nothing that would explain my episodes of lost time or the sensation of being frozen in place. I've tried to warn other drivers, told them to avoid that stretch of tunnel if they can, to never stop at Holloway if they see it. Most of them think I'm crazy. A few have taken me seriously and requested route changes themselves. But I can't stop thinking about those 12 people. They're trapped in a loop, reliving the same hours before their deaths, over and over for more than 60 years. They don't know they're dead. They don't know they're stuck. They just exist in that frozen moment, waiting for a fire that will kill them, but never quite reaches them, because time never moves forward. Is that what's going to happen to me? Will I become the 13th victim of Holloway Station, trapped there forever, while modern trains pass through with passengers who might catch a glimpse of a confused-looking driver standing on a platform that doesn't exist? I've been writing this all down, documenting everything I've seen and experienced. I'm leaving copies in different places, with different people. If I disappear, if I become one of the frozen figures on that platform, at least someone will know what happened to me. My transfer request was denied yesterday. Budget constraints, they said. Not enough drivers on the Blue Line as it is. I'm stuck on this route indefinitely, which means I'll keep passing through that stretch of tunnel between Riverside and Parkview. I'll keep seeing Holloway Station appear and disappear, and every time, the pull will be stronger, the desire to stop more intense. I don't know how much longer I can resist it. Last night, I saw Holloway again. There were 8 figures on the platform now. The usual 6 victims, the ghost of myself in my uniform, and someone new. Another driver I recognized from the break room, the one who'd mentioned seeing the station. He was frozen too, standing next to my ghost self, staring ahead with empty eyes. When did he get trapped? I saw him at work just yesterday. Or did I? Time is getting fuzzy for me. I'm losing track of what's real, and what's memory, and what's the loop bleeding into my life. Tonight, I have another shift. The Blue Line, Riverside to Parkview, that same stretch of tunnel. I'll be there around 11:30 p.m., right when Holloway is most likely to appear. I'm terrified, but I'm also resigned. Whatever is happening to me, I don't think I can stop it. Holloway Station has marked me, claimed me. I'm becoming part of its story. Another victim of whatever went wrong there in November 1959. If you ever ride the Blue Line late at night, and you see a station between Riverside and Parkview that isn't on your map, don't get off the train. Don't even look too closely at the platform. The people standing there are trapped, and if you pay too much attention, if you stop and investigate, you might become trapped too. The loop is hungry. It wants to grow. Every person who gets curious, who stops to investigate, becomes another frozen figure standing on that platform. I was curious. I stopped. I investigated. And now I can feel the loop pulling me in, making me part of its eternal moment. When you read this, I might already be gone. Not dead exactly, but not alive either. Frozen in time on a platform that exists between moments, neither past nor present, visible only to people passing through at just the right time, in just the right state of mind. I'm a subway driver, and there's a station on my route that isn't on any map. And soon, I'll be waiting there too, standing perfectly still in my uniform, one more victim of Holloway Station. If you see me there, don't stop. Don't try to help. Just let the train carry you past and forget what you saw. Some places don't want to be found. Some moments in time refuse to end. And some traps don't need bars or locks. They just need you to step inside willingly. I'm writing this during my break before my final shift. I say final because I don't think I'm coming back from this one. I can feel it. Tonight, when Holloway appears, I'm going to stop the train one last time. Not because I want to, but because I won't be able to help myself. The pull has become too strong. I'll get out on that platform and I won't get back in. I'll stand there with the others, frozen in November 1959, waiting for a fire that never comes, trapped in a moment that never ends. The loop will close around me, and I'll become another mystery for the next driver who sees Holloway Station and makes the same mistake I did. I'm sorry to whoever finds these notes. Sorry for not being stronger, for not resisting the pull. Sorry for adding one more ghost to that platform. But mostly, I'm sorry for the next person who gets curious, the next driver or passenger who sees Holloway Station and decides to investigate. Because the loop is growing, claiming more people, expanding its boundaries. Eventually, it might escape the tunnel entirely, might spread through the whole city, turning more and more moments into frozen loops, trapping more and more people in endlessly repeating patterns. Or maybe it will stay contained to that one stretch of track, that one platform, feeding on the occasional curious soul who can't resist solving a mystery. Either way, I'll be there, waiting, watching trains pass, frozen in my uniform, another victim of Holloway Station, the station that isn't on any map, the station that exists between moments, the station that never lets you leave. My shift starts in 20 minutes. I should be terrified, but I feel calm, resigned, almost peaceful. Whatever happens next, at least the waiting will be over. If you ride the Blue Line late at night, between Riverside and Parkview, and you see a station that shouldn't be there, and you see a man in a Metropolitan Transit Authority uniform standing on the platform staring at nothing, that's me. Don't stop. Just keep moving. And for God's sake, don't get curious. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some stations are better left forgotten. I'm a subway driver, and there's a station on my route that isn't on any map. And in a few hours, I'll be part of it forever.